Remembered to fix the audio. Not me. Play the game. Rare. I'm not right. I've just ran out. Brine waste. A good one. Always one socket, dude. Can't get rid of it though. I'm getting experience bonuses from the shrines. Wish I could turn off the sound at least. Not pleasant to listen to. Sounds like I'm blending a bunch of packing peanuts. Coming faster, blue boy. I think there's, yes, I think there's a whole abyss left. And a Harbinger. Good abyss too, magic mobs. Let's don't even show up on the filter? Dude. Does that even happen? Something. Honestly, someone might want that. Price that later. Not multi-gem level. One of those combos. Value. This, but not my last shrine. Do any of these make the pack? I even want to change that. One XP, I gotta hit 99. Oh, I'm such a jackass. Go. I started the stream congratulating myself for remembering to fix the audio, and I did not set up my webcam. So, hello world. Everyone who's watching. Helm's Binding, I think is what that's called. Whatever, it's not the heavy belt we all want to see. Anything left in the map? Where'd she go? Oh, she's dead. Okay. Fair enough. Literally ghosted me. Be the fastest damn Crimson Temple clear I've ever had in my life. A lot. Okay. Arabs? Tempting, won't lie. Good for 2. I've only got 1 more of those. For fun. I actually have no idea if Frog or Rat's even decent XP. Or drop items. They did in Prophecy. That was Prophecy. whole section over here. How goes it? Fast right now. Build is in a rather good place, especially after some upgrades I managed late last night. And I was making good use of my windfall. I mean, I have a speed shrine, but yeah. No mage blood required. An oscillating scepter and damage against chilled enemies gloves is helping though, for sure. And a shrine. Or 7. I feel so slow now. You got your mage blood? Damn. What build are you rocking with it? It's a 0 trigger moment. This one? Wow. I don't even know how I would integrate a mage blood. That's like so far out of my... out of anything my wallet should be able to do, unless I drop it myself. Downside is my last shrine scarab, unless I picked up a new one. Oh no, I have picked some up. Okay, we can run 2 more. Pretty happy about that. Strategy has been getting me a lot of experience per hour. What is that, dude? Bigger pack size, let's do that. Yeah, I'm trying to get to 99 before I do a big switch on my skill tree. Now that I have kind of excess damage, I would say, for like what the build is meant for. I either need to push the damage even more, or I need to like back up a little and fix up my defenses, and I can do some major defensive work now. But I decided one more skill point would make it a lot better. Or smoother, rather. Well, that is the goal for today. Play fast. Mage blood. You saw me finish those gloves? No. No, I bought these. I bought them as is. Nah, I wish the belt was a mage blood. That'd be like a severe change every plan I have moment. I don't even know if I'd use it, to be honest. A big part of the reason I play this build is for the guide, and I feel like throwing a mage blood in would very much so take it to a place most people can't follow. Don't be stingy. No, these gloves were like kind of perfect for what I needed for a rather modest price considering what they are, and I was just like, yeah, I'll upgrade them later. When I'm super min-maxing. And then the scepter I did craft. It's not like a big craft. I actually was thinking, how do I do this scepter in a way that's, for lack of a better word, reasonable? And I realized, considering only 2 mods really matter that can't really be crafted on, say, you can actually just multi-mod. That's how I went about it. Just isolated 2 good prefixes, which was not that hard. because there's so many essences in the market right now. Wasn't that bad to buy a ton of deafenings. No, I'm not using that anymore. This isn't fractured at all. I just spammed deafenings until I could isolate +1 fizz and minion damage, and then I multi-modded for cast speed, because that's short of having the fracture and being able to Veiled Orb on the trigger mod. There's not much I can do to make the scepter like particularly better, because the only other mod I would want would be a, what is it? It's a prefix. And you can only craft it, because as far as I know, Veiled Orbs can't hit signature mods. Oh, the gloves. No, the gloves are not fractured. They were bought as is because they were there for like 10 div, and I was like, well, that would honestly be way easier than fussing about, because the game had been really unkind to me, and I literally could not find any more bases to throw Fraction Corpse at for a reasonable price. So I was like, well, I either wait or I do this now, and I chose to do this now. But yeah, it's the It That Fled mod for fire damage is chaos. That actually works with the Corpse Explosion. So if I could Veiled on the trigger after getting minion damage and cast speed, I could craft that. And I don't know how I do any better on the weapon than that, like reasonably. That's the dream weapon on an oscillating base. And then because I got oscillating, I spec'd out of these, and I actually spec'd out of this as well, because I can move this travel point here and grab this, and now these two nodes alone cover the loss of the 40 elemental implicit. I picked up this jewel, which fixed my chaos res and got me a bit of life. There's some other stuff that's been done on the tree, but this whole section right here is going to get cut away and kind of moved around to here as soon as I can afford it. Which I am going to lose a little bit of Ela damage from the wheel down there, but it's like a 20% bonus to my Fizz max hit. But one more level for that. I did benchmark the DPS by throwing in a riding invitation, since I have a bunch and I hate them. So Infinite Hunger, and I managed to kill him before he phased me a single time. Like before he sent me to whatever the other realm is. That was pretty nice. That asshole's got a lot of health. I think I might actually have so much damage, though, that maybe trying to find a timeless jewel that gives a lot of double damage mods would have more value than the Parandus jewel. I'm not sure about that, though. Not 1000% on it. I don't know. If I could get to, like, 30%... Very possible. All I'm gonna say. %. Well, I tried asking. Rules will give you, yeah, lots of options, I know. I had more shrines for this. terrible breach location. Well, it got better. I mean, I'd have to map out how all that would work. I haven't needed it, is another thing. Maybe there's a point where I'm like, how do I get more out of this? And the only way to do it is by working in a cluster, but it's wrong. Thinking of 2 clusters? I mean, yeah, at a certain point, you can probably finagle the tree to do what you want, but it's just, everything that I have on the tree is rather efficient for what it does. There's like a few outliers where you could challenge that, like maybe over here. You could probably do something a little better than this, although that is a lot of AoE while getting damage. It's just the travel node looks ugly. I don't actually know where... Making a ginormous mistake. Down here, I wouldn't even call down here ugly, because this cluster does a lot for me right now. I'm going to move that mastery over here, too, so this is going to look better once I do that. Like, yeah, you can go up through here. You can go up through here. Honestly, if I went up through here, I don't even know that I would run an Oscillating Scepter anymore, because this would be points. Hard to say. Oh, those were my last breaches. Scepter should be good. Yeah, I agree. Harbingers are pretty good. How many do I have left? 1. And all the spicy. I mean, at a certain point, there's like the Giga Min-Max where I have to start thinking about things like Belt is a Stygian Vice. That's pretty cool. Or I gotta start thinking about like a +2 weapon and a +2 amulet. Because getting +1 all gems in place of +1 fizz alone is kind of a throughput gain on your primary skill. You get that little bit of bonus there. Oh, that's fast. Don't want to do Sacred Grove while I'm zooming. Oh, this asshole. Yeah, I know, that's what I was saying. Just that is kind of like a nice boost. It's not a big one, but at this point, it's hard to find big boosts to the build. So you gotta kind of take what you can get. To you in a moment. Oh yeah, level 5 Empower is another one, and Enhanced for that matter. I always forget about those, because that's like the absurd investment level. Not that I'm knocking the investment level, just like, at that point, every upgrade is like quite a bit of playing to achieve. No, the amulet too. I would need to find a +1 all skill gem, fractured base, to make the ideal one. Just getting prefixes locked would be amazing in that situation. Oh, you can't lock prefixes. You'd have to lock suffixes. Damn. Spooky. %, mana on use on Amulet. Is there a graveyard mod now that does the same thing that you can stack or something? Or did you mean 10? It's a heist amulet? Oh, okay. I didn't even know there was a heist base for that. How's that slip my... Oh, because there's like modifier effect, right? Yeah, focus net, that's the one. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, +4 all. Wait, +4 all fire. I don't even know if +4 all fire would be the best choice. I think +4 all fizz would still be better. A huge percentage of the corpses you're consuming are from Unearthed no matter what. You're only going to get another 0.1% on your Detonate Dead base for an extra +2 levels. What level is your Unearth at this point? Damn. Because, like, yeah, I'll acquiesce that, like, if you got it to level 30, it becomes much less important, but... Actually, does it? Does it become less important, or is it different because you're scaling the corpse component and not the normal stuff? I actually don't know now. That's the type of information in the game that's really hard to find, because it is not readily available. Like, you'd have to ask someone. Look it up. I don't know that PoDB's stuff is correct. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I feel like, it's not. It's really hard to tell. Because the level keeps increasing. I just don't know what the actual damage is. I am officially out of the good XP scarabs. I have to decide what I'm going to do. I think I want to keep juicing shrines, though, just because they're nice. They're comfy. Go beyond with it. Just put value in. Reaches. And yeah, how about Monstrous Lineage? Why not? Want Yeah, you can talk to me on Discord. Hold on. I don't know what you want to talk about. I feel like we're going to go in circles at some point. What's your Discord stuff? Oops. I think that'll be fine. Right, it's just a name with a number after it. Although that might be a little public. Maybe send it to me in game. Thirsty cardboard. Oh, I just stood in bears. I'm glad I'm not dead right now. Pretty sure the resistance shrine is a big part of that. Thorough. Oh yeah, we've talked before. Well, in the game at least. I mean, you can just send it to me, or if you like want this to be extra private, I can hide the screen for a moment. Or you send me the message and I'll wait till it disappears. Hold on. Privacy mode. There, screen's hidden. I'll log out and back in after I've sorted that. But there's no record of it. It's gonna pop up. You're good now. Imagine a mirror drops while I'm doing this. I'd be so mad. This up. Don't try to run the rest of my map. You gonna send it? Okay. I haven't added a friend this way on Discord in so long, I'm having a hard time finding where to... Okay. Had to relog real quick to clear my chat. I know, I'm kidding, Tiago. Yes, I know. Just do one of these.
Yo.
The legendary Tiago in person.
Yes.
I might need to turn you up a little bit, actually.
Might have to like...
Right, what were we talking about, even? Honestly, I was just excited to have someone to talk to.
Just like the amulet.
Yeah.
That would be like a really big thing for you. So it's a focused amulet, so it increases the effect of priest stats. So you have 2 prefixes and 1 suffix.
Yeah, yeah.
The suffix is the mana, gain mana when you use. When you catalyst it, mana catalyst, you get 24% on the amulet by itself.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Like, I understand that, but I think the conversation was going towards why are we choosing fire over physical?
Oh, yeah.
That's where we're at, I think. Because no, you're definitely right. That would probably be the ideal amulet, assuming everything, like, you didn't need resistances.
So there's a guy, I found out, a guy did a side-by-side comparison to corpse life, because I was looking at the corpse life of Unearth and the corpse life of Desecrate. And the corpse life of Unearth definitely scales higher than you could ever get corpse life from Desecrate. So there was that comparison, but also when you know how much life the monster level gives you, then based off of the percentage that you're getting from Detonate Dead, we'll just assume it's giving you 6%, you can calculate whether or not the increasing corpse life gives you more damage, or if the increasing amount of corpse detonated
I understand.
gives you more damage.
But my question is, because corpse life does not scale linearly. It seems to get much more severe as you add levels.
Yeah, so apparently it's inefficient after level 30.
I mean, that's how most gems are, but are we sure that's how it's going to work with corpse life? Because, I mean, how are they testing the actual corpse life?
Well, a guy put an entire spreadsheet together for it. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm not so much questioning the validity that he's done research. I'm asking how he did the research. Like, was this tested in PvP? Because usually that's how people get it.
I wouldn't know how this guy got the information. All I know is I ran across.
He might be getting it from PoDB. And I don't know that PoDB's information is accurate, because if it is...
No, I think PoDB might actually be getting the information from his document.
Oh.
Because his document
is... I'll put it this way. It's felt inaccurate to me in the past. The PoDB information.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out whether or not Desecrate, because Desecrate only uses the max level. Like, it can Desecrate summon corpse level only as high as the area you're in. So if the area you're in is level 84 monsters, those are the only corpses that get spawned as level 84. Whereas with Unearth, it goes beyond that. So Unearth is a better choice because it scales every level. But it even made the recommendation that after level 30, further points give you diminished returns. Well, I definitely want to be at least able to refer you to the document.
I don't even really mean to challenge the document so much as just I feel that no matter what, I would have to test it both ways. Which, how do you test the efficacy of an amulet that expensive in both directions? How do you even do that? Probably asking too much there, but I'd still want to before I trusted it in either direction.
I mean, to be fair, your build's very good for heist.
That's
It's
true,
close
actually.
quarters and really packed, so you could run heist very easily, and they're far less dangerous mods compared to mapping. And you actually get really good levels if you bring Huck into your mission.
Oh, that's right. Huck's good for that.
Yeah,
It
he
might be time to
increases
respec one of my trees. I won't lie.
and then this way, if you spec your tree into just finding blueprints, you can run blueprints even white if you want. But I think I can't confirm, but I do believe that your odds of finding items is better if you reveal the other wings versus just running them bare. It costs you nothing to run the one wing. But I think
I mean, why would I not run every wing though?
Well, some people for speed and cost. It costs nothing to run the blueprint. So you can run the one wing, and it's just like a regular contract, but the what you can obtain is much better, of course.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. It's just like, why would I not try to maximize my profit while doing it that way, I guess, is the question.
It's time. It's a time thing, because you spend a lot of time revealing, because you have to farm all of the tokens to reveal the wing, and then you have to basically get them all signed up in each wing. Whereas if you're doing the one blueprint, you just run it and you spend nothing. You didn't spend anything to reveal blueprints. You don't even need to run deception to try and save.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So a lot of them. Yeah, so you would go through way more wings, but
you'd have to pay for more blueprints.
There isn't anything that confirms whether revealing additional wings gives you better odds.
Oh no, I mean, statistically it wouldn't, I guess, unless you bought... Can you buy them pre-revealed? You can, can't you?
You can, but they're way more expensive.
I know, but that, I mean, if you wanted to be fast,
you can just
that would be the way to do it.
You could, but the cost is just too high. It's just too high. What people charge. I think it's like a divine if it's fully revealed. And
revealing blueprints and selling them, damn.
Well, yeah. Well,
I'm kidding. I would never do that, but I understand.
Yeah,
what
but
you
it
do
would cost you a divine to reveal it. The amount of rogue markings you have to use. Last season I did nothing but heist. I wasn't interested in the mechanics. It was just way too... You had to be like... You had to have a build that was literally mirror tier to play in that league. So I just heist the entire time and picked up a simplex amulet.
Wait, we're talking about Affliction right now?
Yeah, back in the Affliction, this is what I was doing was just heist for the amulets. And the rings, the rings are good too, man. If you get a ring, you can basically, one ring will give you all the resists for your entire build. Because it increases it by 50%.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So you can get some crazy combinations. With the heist tool. And the best amulet, best in slot amulet, or the heist amulet. Even above a three stat synthesized amulet. For example, the strength stacker would use a simplex amulet over a pre-synthesized amulet, because it actually compounds. It just gives a much better effect of attribute stacking.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you finished your scepter, right?
Honestly, no. I just found a way to do it that was like I was kind of thinking, how could I do this in a way where I could recommend it to people, where it was like relatively easy to do on your own. And it turns out isolating prefixes was not hard, and then multi-modding was actually just a really easy way to get an upgrade.
Yeah. Prefixes. Did you use fossils to get it?
No,
Done?
because I needed minion damage, so I just bought deafenings in bulk.
Oh, I gotcha.
Because it was, I think it was like 1 in. It was either 1 in 500 something or 1 in 400 something to get either +1 fizz or +1 all with the mod.
I'm really thinking of getting away from the minion damage.
I mean, if you can do it, that's fine, but it's much harder to make a weapon with fire damage than minion damage. Is the only issue there. So, like, I mean, assuming you're past the point of budget concerns, which it sounds like you are, absolutely. You can free up those points and go to other things.
Budget is not. I kind of don't even want to be on that side of the tree, to be honest.
I mean, it sounds like you want to be off the tree entirely. You want to be in cluster jewels.
Yeah, basically, because last league I was able to convert 100% of physical damage taken as elemental. And I really like that defense mechanism.
Especially when you're rocking a Mage Blood already.
Well, I didn't need Mage Blood.
I know, but I'm saying, but you have Mage Blood on top of that, +5 all res.
Well, yeah.
It's real silly, real fast.
It actually, the fact that they made that change made it so much easier actually to get the max res.
Yep.
The max reses. So,
if I remember correctly, it was a nerf to top end, but actually getting to like the cap now is much easier as a result.
Yeah, the top end was definitely was completely hammered. So
that might be okay though.
It's like,
did it need to be that high?
Honestly, it just made it seem like they made Defiance of Destiny like a certainty in all builds if you wanna do big defenses. They basically eliminated the ability to use flasks to give you some really good mitigation, but they didn't. Basically, they had the item for it, and then when they made that change, they just made that item significantly more niche, I would say.
Yeah.
Because now that item is like the Strictly Divine amulet, because it basically has nothing for defense to compare. So they made it so that it was like it became a standalone defensive item, whereas you used to have flasks as an option. So you could increase your flask effect, and that would create a lot of good mitigation as well. But nothing beats freaking Progenitus, though. That thing is ridiculous.
It's kind of amazing that item is as expensive as it is, considering it's a boss drop. Like, I know they made it harder to get to the boss, but still, it's insane to me.
Well, it's because of how much survivability that thing gives you.
Yeah, I know how good it is. If I could have a 4th flask, it'd be that.
I was watching a guy who was using Defiance of Destiny on a life stacker, and the section of life when you use petrified blood, it only lets your life go to halfway, right?
Yeah.
So this guy would unreserved his top half of health, and he had like 20k health or 16k health, something like that. So he was reserving 8k health, but he would leave like a gap of, let's say, 4k of health. Defiance of Destiny considers that missing life, and when you receive a hit, it's going to recover that gap before you take damage. Up to, and you can catalyze it so it's 42% of that gap. So pre-mitigation, he would let's say he took a hit, his HP was 8k and he took a hit of 8k, he would heal 3000 HP before, which would essentially make the hit 5k, which is then mitigated by petrified blood, 545. So a 5k hit is now 2500, becomes a 2500 hit, and the other 2500 is over time, effectively making like 75% of the hit damage over time. There's just some crazy, like his effective hit pool was 500k. It was insane.
Yeah, that is like, and when you say his effective hit pool, you mean like the actual pool of life, not just his effective HP overall. He basically had 500,000 hit points.
That's right. That's right. This guy was doing a 4 tormented beard, and he would be sitting in the middle of them. And they had frenzy charges, so they all had just damage mod upon damage mod. It was just crazy to look at this stuff. So when they unveiled the HP stacking shield chest piece,
yep,
it basically makes it possible to do that again. That's a little bit better because it lets you stack not only HP but the ES. So ES and HP stacks towards your effective hit pool. So you could potentially scale your HP even higher, which means he could do that same strategy I was just talking about, which he probably is anyway, and farming Valdo maps. Actually, I haven't seen a single Valdo map. I think you dropped one?
I dropped one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I get the feeling it's sharing in some way from the same pool of dropping just normal T17s.
No, I got a lot of T17s recently.
I know, but like if I think about it, if they were all Valdo's maps, it'd probably match my drop rate from last league, is what I'm saying.
Oh, Valdo's maps were dropping at that rate for you would think?
Maybe not quite that rate. Yeah, it's a little hyperbolic, but I feel like I'm getting less Valdo's maps because there are other T17s. Whether that's like a direct correlation or just how they balance the drop rates, that's what I mean.
I think they might have actually nerfed Valdo's maps and made tier 17.
Yeah, because I mean they fill a similar niche.
Version.
I don't think they're supposed to fill a similar niche. They really came out for several weeks and said, no, this is going to be a bridge between Ubers. It's like, are you sure, guys?
Yeah. No, the mods at the start, man. Those mods reminded me of that league, Crucible.
Yeah. Crucible was terrifying.
When you go into those Crucibles, crikey, man.
Yep.
Those mods were serious. Like, the worst of the worst I've ever seen in like 11 years of playing this game. In fact, it's still worse. The worst mods I've ever seen. They're still worse. There was a mod there that was minus 25 all res. I was just like, who on earth would think that this was ever a good...
It's fine, you know? It's okay.
It basically means, hey, if you were a giga tank, you're no longer any kind of tank worthwhile. Literally. It's like, sometimes I think about these developers and they just put in stuff to basically just, like, because they hate somebody. You know, they hate somebody who defeated the game.
I was going to say, if you think about it, minus 25% all max res isn't that bad if you're a 75% res build, because that's only double damage. But if you're like a 90% res build, that's way more than 75% or 25 or 50% more damage.
No, it's
100%.
more.
100% more damage. But like from 90%, 25% is like 5 times damage?
Yeah.
Oh, I ghosted the Beyond boss. Is this dangerous?
Just run in circles. You'll be alright.
I mean, I don't think he actually hit me a single
He does.
time. Loot.
He does a wraparound. He does a wraparound when you get behind him. But your damage seems pretty solid, so you're alright. And he's supposed to be a tank.
A ghosted tank. Not anymore. Does he count as a unique boss? Or is that only for the map?
Yeah, he counts as a unique.
He had 40% increased life too, so... Shows you where the DPS is at.
No, because he spawns later on. He doesn't spawn when you activate the map, so he doesn't get the same map mods.
Oh, I didn't know that's how it worked.
I just tested. There's a shrine. There's a scarab for shrines that puts map bosses on the shrines.
Mm-hmm.
I was testing that today. It specifically states that all the mods that affect your map bosses affect the map bosses of the shrines. But I did double boss maps where I used that scarab, and I did ghosted bosses, and neither of those worked for the bosses on the shrines. So
yeah, they're different then. I don't know how they're different, but they're different.
I'm not sure, like, I guess it's only specific stats that affect their... I think it's only... but it says map modifiers. And double boss is a map modifier. Bosses are possessed as a map modifier, right?
I'll say that one more time.
So it states on the text specifically. Here, I'll link you one so you can reference it.
I have the scarab.
You do?
Yeah, where is it?
Well, I think never mind. I used them all. I don't
remember where it is in the tab.
No, you don't have it.
Oh, is it one of these? Is it a horn scarab? I could have sworn I
just
had
under. It's just under. It's called terrors, swarming terrors.
I guess I don't. That must be a horn scarab because those are like the only ones I haven't picked up at all.
It's domination. It's the same strategy for XP. It's the last one. Anyway, but it states that it basically says that map modifiers that affect your Atlas bosses also affect the Atlas bosses of the shrine. So basically, it's saying that map modifiers that affect the regular boss you have in your map will also affect these ones in the same way. But it wasn't. There wasn't. I actually didn't even notice at all that the map bosses were from the shrines were at all enhanced in any way. Like I even tested area of effect. Actually, I think area of effect. No, that was when I hit a shrine. I hit one of those Exarch shrines and gave me 100 increased AoE. Basically, a boss was hitting me from off screen at that point.
Don't you love that?
I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it.
The game just like falls apart because
Actually-
you give it stats it's not supposed to
Actually,
have.
some of the monsters, I put in some of the monsters for tattoos.
Oh yeah.
And
Some of them are scary. I don't remember
the
which one it
ice
was,
turtle.
but
The ice turtle, dude. The ice turtle, it's like it'll do its like wave blast off screen. And it like just it's like shotgun. It literally shotgun. It was like repetitive hits.
I like how you sent me a filled coffin for effects. That was funny. I don't know if that was delivered or not, but
I was trading.
like that's the
I'm trying
outcome.
to
Filled
trade.
coffin. That's you.
I'm just trying to do a trade right now. Sorry.
No, you're good.
But yeah, essentially that's what happened.
Yeah,
I
it's like-
I filled the
yeah.
coffin. And those guys just it was unbelievable. And then another thing that off screen me was remember in Toda the warp guy, the beams, the
I have to
electric
confess something.
beam.
I played like 0 of the League mechanic in Toto.
Okay. Well, anyways, there's this one character that literally shoots you from across the arena, and you somehow have to guess that this person's going to essentially throw this beam at you. Toto was such a weird thing.
It was.
It had literally, it was all one-shot mechanics. Literally anything that touched you, you're dead. Doesn't matter what kind of character you had. It was just the most ridiculous thing I ever played. And so that character they put in maps now. So when you put in monsters and replace them to get tattoos, this monster does the same thing. It'll off screen you. I'm running, I get right in front of this thing, and then I'm dead. I didn't even see the thing shoot. I just died in the middle of nowhere. It was. I find these a little bit funny, to say the least. So, short story is just stay away from the tattoo monsters. I think they're still a bit overtuned.
They haven't actually killed me yet. I've had other things kill me. It was something, what was it? I think it was the Kodaka All Flame was actually terrifying. That Frost Nova can come out of nowhere if you're not paying attention and just obliterate your HP bar.
The Frost Nova from Toll?
No. From, it'll, so the boss from, what is the, not Plateau. Although he is in Plateau. What's the name of the, boss?
River?
Atoll, that's the one. The boss from Atoll, who does the charge up Frost Nova, he'll just be like hanging out next to stuff, and you'll go through and you'll blast through, and everything else will die. But because the totems don't have explodable corpses, he won't die as quickly as you're expecting, and just all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah. Well, when I was doing the shrines bosses, every shrine that I put in had a boss from the map. So there were times where I would hear who's the guy that shoots like electrical beams? Dominus. There we go.
Dominus, the
I would
touch
just
of
hear
God.
die.
Or that.
No, I'm running through the map and all I hear is die. And then he's shooting his human electrical beam off screen. And I'm like, what on earth? It was so funny to me. It was so funny. and then the god guy, the golden god guy, whatever his name
Innocence.
Innocence. There we go.
Oh, no, wait.
I got Innocence. And he just and he's just like he has that laser beam he shoots at you.
Yeah.
Again, another one of those off-screen things. I'm like, holy moly!
Luckily, this build handles things like that pretty well. We have sneaky damage over time resistance.
Yeah, but I'm starting to notice something happening a lot in this game. They're starting to put in like monsters that can shotgun you literally in an instant, and it's like literally the only thing that could have saved you is the item Defiance of Destiny. It's like the pace of the game is just so fast, and then
there isn't like avoidance to help with that of some sort.
No, I've run across a lot of that shotgunning, really, and then it's well, like for example those turtles, the cold.
I have a divine shrine.
Rock turtles. What do you got?
I have a divine shrine. I was like, why am I not taking damage? I have a divine shrine.
Oh, no wonder.
I didn't know you could get that from as like a secondary shrine effect, because it was not a primary shrine I got that from.
Oh, I see. I see what. Yeah. Oh, I hate it when you're trying to kill a mob that has the divine shrine.
Yeah, like you're just trying to get in there and grab it.
But you can't. Like sometimes I can't even see the shrine because it's so. I remember one time I was in the sewers, and it's like very narrow, and I'm like blasting these guys. I'm like, why won't they die? And I couldn't. I was like, why aren't they dying? I don't get it. What the hell? And they're literally just a brick wall in front of this doorway. So I have to make the hard decision to try and blast through them to grab the thing. And I failed. Short story, I failed.
Yep.
They got me before I could touch it.
I think that's why on hardcore everyone says you need phasing, is for situations like that, because sometimes you have to be able to run through everything.
Well, even then, I got through them with shield dash.
Yep.
Or shield charge. I got through them. The issue was they hit me before I could click the tower, so to basically. And that was just a shotgun. Yeah. You can take most bosses in your state.
No, just the boss of this Crimson Temple was not dying. I was surprised.
Have you considered the Dawnbringer shield?
Considered what?
Have you considered using the Dawnbringer shield?
I have considered everything, and probably not considered it enough. As far as Dawnbringer is concerned, I don't know. I place so much value on getting my reduced extra crit damage taken by like.
You can double corrupt it to get 30% reduced crit right on it.
Yeah, I know, but that still wouldn't be 100%. Granted, I'm over 100% right now, but just assume it's like an autistic obsession on my part. Like, unironically, I will never give up that stat.
You don't
unless I can.
You can even get tattoos. You can even get tattoos that give you 5% per 10 in, and you have
it's
plenty
for
of int to. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a strength tattoo. Okay, well that does change things then.
No, it's for int, dude. You got plenty of int to spare. Plenty. Trust me. That's what I utilize. It's like I got all this int that I don't need. I'm using it for mitigating my basically I have 100% reduced crit hit on my shield implicit, and then the stat, all the int nodes. That's how I've solved that. I don't have to stretch my build. I don't have to stretch points to try and get around the shields nodes or anything like that. So, and I luckily double corrupted it for fire taken at Fizz taken as fire as well. So that was a sweet corrupt. So effectively, my shield's 26%, Fizz is fire, and then my test piece, which I'm sure you also have the same stat, is.
I think the other reason I didn't like that shield though was because it does mess with your ability to be attack block capped, doesn't it?
It reduces your.
Yeah, by taking fire damage, you lose attack
Yeah.
block. Which, I mean, it has really high
Yeah,
base attack block to cover for that, but eventually you could get worn down. So I don't know how much I like it. I feel like if I could open up my shield to do other things, I might look for other opportunities as well. Or I jump right to that one.
Well, you got that thing staring you right in the face right now. That shield.
What,
that
that shield?
There.
that shield that
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
mousing over right now?
No, that one right there. Oh, did you break it?
Yeah, no, I dropped one and someone said Valor no ball, so I was like, fine. And I double corrupted it, and there you go.
That goner. Yeah, you could use that. That you could use.
My portal scroll. Temple to run too. That's pretty good XP.
You want portal scrolls? I got plenty to.
No,
I can
handle my own portal scrolls. Damn it, I'm a man.
I'm a huge pack rat. You want some of my pack ratting? Oh jeez, you just sell those. I don't even have those, man.
I mean, they drop in huge stacks on occasion. This is
Yeah,
where my
I don't
scrolls
even
come
have
from.
alterations.
I don't even have alterations. How do you roll your flasks?
I buy them.
Oh no.
I did it.
Finished.
Yeah, I could have bought this flask that I rolled today for 3 divine orbs.
Remember to watch
That I just made it myself.
We may have
like,
helped build this layer,
500
but
alts.
a lot can change in 2000 years.
Yeah.
Let's begin.
Nice.
Alright. I'm making pretty good pace towards
Yeah.
99.
You're almost 99. Trust me, if you did the heist, you would make for every like 10 maps. For every like 10 maps, I get 2% at level 99.
Not bad.
Yeah. So.
But I'm not too worried about getting to 100, just like 99 specifically. I don't even know what I do with 100.
No, I'm just using 99,
Yeah.
so it's faster because you're a lower level. It's going to be faster. I remember doing this last stretch. I was like, oh man, I want to get to 100. So I did the entire stretch in heist. It was actually fast. It was actually fast in heist. I just did Huck the entire time because heist has a large concentration of rares.
Yes, it does.
And magic monsters. So that's why it's really good on HP. So are these temples, by the way.
Yep, that's why I'm in it.
What are you trying to double corrupt?
I'm not trying to double corrupt anything. I think I just finished it incidentally. I haven't been focusing Alpha, but I do her when she's in the map, so...
Okay.
Maybe I'll get something cool off the boss, or something with a nice model drop, who knows.
If you don't have the forge, and you don't have, like... if this is the Wealth of the Vow section,
well.
you can drop mirror shards.
Yeah, that's actually... I've only ever dropped 1 mirror shard, and it was from that last league. I'm standing now.
Same.
That goes to the personal
Same.
museum.
Yeah. No, I sold it right away. I don't need it. What do I need a mirror for? I could never craft something that's considered mirror worthy.
Oh, I understand. If I ever find a mirror, it's going to standard, and it's just sitting there as like a trophy. 'Cause that's my mirror, right?
Yeah.
The sack chamber.
Yeah, you got nothing there. You should just head straight to the boss, unless you want the XP.
It's the XP, honestly.
Okay. Hope for that 5 divine drop.
The jewel is that.
It's an aspect to make the adorn jewel. It's
Oh,
one
that's
of the
right.
pieces.
I have one of the pieces, I think.
It's 5 divines, dude.
No, I have one of the pieces, but it's from Val Temple.
This one?
Well, one of the other adorned pieces.
Oh, okay. It looks like an arm or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's 10 chaos.
This one's worth five. So this is the hard one.
The one that drops from this temple is 5 divines. Hold on, let me double check. It was last time I was checking. There's 4 divines.
I know there's also one from, what is it, Val Zones in maps?
No, in Delve.
Oh,
Delve
no,
is the more expensive one.
I'm thinking of the other jewel.
Oh man, this thing is like 3 divines now. Not even. It's basically
stuff
3
makes that
divines. The
constant.
one that, for some reason, Delve gets more expensive, but the one from these temples is cheaper.
That's
Meanwhile,
weird. It's weird that Delve would be getting more expensive, because I always associate Delve as like an end-of-league activity when it comes to like really pushing, so you'd think stuff like that would get cheaper. Or maybe it comes from content. that
So
would-
at some point, Delve stops scaling like rarity and quantity.
Yeah.
It just gets hard. Basically, the monster life goes up and the monster damage goes up as you go lower. At some point, I think it's like level 600 is where you pretty much peak out. I mean, you can still farm these. These are drop. The big piece is a drop by level of 80. So you could delve at level 80 and just move left and right on the map to find these pieces.
Who's doing that
You
in
don't
this
even
stage
have
of
to
the
be
league,
a-
though?
Oh,
That's the
there's lots
question.
of people because it's good money. It's lots of people because it's good money. It's 13 divines for that one piece, dude.
Yeah, but if you gotta find that one piece, it's also 19 divines for Amanamu's Gaze, which I found, but what were the odds of that happening?
Yeah. Well, I rolled 4 adorned jewels, so I got one that's 136. So staring at it in the. It's a huge risk, though. It costs like 15 divines to roll one, and if you get anything below 125, it's pretty much just break even money.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even 50-50, like, because the roll is from 50 to 150, so there's 100 variants.
Isn't there also something about, like, the item isn't even worth using unless it hits a certain breakpoint? Like, at a certain
Well,
point,
yeah,
it's
there's-
borderline worthless to get it, even.
Yeah. There are specific percentages that are
Yeah.
breakpoint. So if you get a piece that's within that bracket, basically, it's the same cost because it doesn't provide the same benefit. So that's why you can see like adorned jewels that are 1% higher than other adorned jewels and be like 20 divines more expensive because of this one breakpoint.
That's one of the situations where making your own build becomes a lot of fun because you might find something that makes an underutilized breakpoint very attractive. You get that expensive piece of gear for rather cheap.
Oh, to be fair, like even if you get 100 adorn, which is like 50 chaos, not even 50 chaos, it's more like 2-3 divine. It still provides a lot of benefit. It's still like really good. Like even for this build, I would consider it even. You can scale fire damage jewels and any other stat you like. But primarily you can do minion and fire damage on jewels. And it would just scale your damage to the moon. And then all of your gear, your tree is basically all your damage, and then your gear is all your defense. So you could focus in that way.
Oh,
Which is why cluster drills are so good.
You called it.
Damn!
You called
Three
it.
divines. You got it.
Well played, sir.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could rub some good luck off on you.
Oh.
Because I ran like 5 or 6 and nothing.
I have weird temple luck. As long as I don't focus it in the league, I get one good drop from it. Every time I've ever focused it, nothing. Like it knows that I'm going for it, and it just shuns me.
Well, I must have done like 100 temples by now.
That might have. I have the macro. Why don't I just check these things?
No. Just dump it. I'm sorry to say.
No, this is a lot of armor for the base and everything. Find one. I want to see this. Yeah, I can't even find it. Maybe.
It's in.
This is not
it's
coming
in
up as 3
listed.
divine. This is coming up as 2.4 divine.
No, don't trust. Like, you gotta scroll down. There are people that are trying to price fix so that they can buy these things up.
There are like so many entries at 2.4. Surprising me if that's the truth. Even okay, it says 2.5.
Trust me.
So
You put it at 3. You put it at 3. Someone will probably buy it. Quick.
Get out before I walk.
Well, just type in aspect and it'll show you all 4 of the pieces in the search bar.
I'm looking at it. You really think the price isn't 2.5 because it really looks.
Yeah, 2.5 now. That's so crazy.
I have cooperation
That people
too.
are trying
That
to sell
one's
these
worth
things.
nothing. So hold on, where's the last? Or no, it's 4 pieces. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna.
It's for just type in aspect. When you type in aspect,
Sorry, one second. I have a phone call.
Yeah, no worries.
I have a family matter to attend to. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh. Sorry, that took longer than I thought it was going to.
Oh, good, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Hopefully everything's hunky-dory.
No, everything's fine. This is like an expected thing, but I wouldn't call the circumstances around it rather happy. What it is.
I hear you.
Ugh. Bit of heavy lifting.
Hopefully Path of Exile lets you do some unwinding.
No such thing in this game. To be honest.
No?
It's all fighting all the time.
Yeah.
No, honestly,
Something's
where the build
kinda
is, I could probably sleep through most of these maps.
Well, you've done a great job. Now the next thing to look at is like, can you do some tier 17s? Can you get to tier 17?
I did my first tier 17 before the nerfs.
I saw.
I've done some since. Under
You did it very well. I couldn't do it. I suck, man. Like,
what?
The reason why I couldn't do it. I just couldn't
Shocked
do
to
it.
hear you say that.
And you did a hard boss too.
I see it's not that hard.
I-
Maybe the beta part is, but the rest of it was pretty easy.
Well, the guy I fought was like the grave guy with the beams on the glass.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be harder. I have a Citadel. I do want to try that, but it's like I don't want to do that before I hit level 99 because the odds of dying are so high.
Yeah, definitely do not attempt until level.
Oh. Adaptive resistance is Soul Eater.
I really like the idea of putting frenzy charges on this build.
Yeah, I would love it.
Use frenzy. You just click it one time.
I mean, I'm not using a ranged weapon. I'm using a scepter.
No, you don't need. You get frenzy charges on kill.
Oh. Yeah, no, I understand that. Oh, you mean Blood Rage.
Sorry, blood rage.
Yeah, Blood Rage would make a little more sense.
Dude. Sorry, I'm confusing you. Shame on me.
No, that's good. It's all the theory craft.
Yeah, I tried it for a bit, and then I really got sick and tired of shield charge because those ice walls kept coming up
Yep.
and stopping me for like a good 10 seconds. So I had to make room.
The reason why I don't
room.
know that I want to do Blood Rage is because it will affect my mana value, like, pretty badly, since Mind Over Matter will be sharing the damage. I don't like that, personally.
Actually, you will take very little damage.
It all matters, though.
Because of your physical.
Also, I don't
hold on.
have physical reduction that way.
That's right. That's right. My shield gives me 26% of the physical reduction.
And that works on dots, because I know there's actually two mods that sound similar but work completely different, where one will affect dots and one won't.
Yours is a degen, so your armor does not affect.
Yeah, I know how that works.
Physical degens. Yeah. So,
I'm saying that there's a way conversion can be worded where it will affect hits, but not everything. I don't know how Dawnbreaker is worded off the top of my head.
Dawnbreaker is all damage.
All damage? Okay, yeah, so that would work.
Yeah, it's all damage. There's builds where you can convert all cold and lightning damage to fire damage, so you don't need to spec into any cold or lightning resistance.
I lived through when Shaper released, and people were theory crafting how to become immortal against them.
Oh yeah, Shaper was a joke when I built that kind of defense. The only penetration, which was
Yeah, he's only
a
cold.
problem, was Aziri. Aziri is the only boss in this entire game that has fire penetration.
I didn't know she had fire
what?
penetration.
Yeah, her flame blast is like 10% fire penetration. It does the most damage, and it has penetration built into it. She doesn't have to even be an Uber version. The Uber version automatically gets an additional penetration amount. All the Uber variants, they have built-in penetration on their abilities. So if their ability is like lightning, it'll have some lightning penetration as an Uber variant.
Don't get hit.
This is how they do more damage, basically.
Always been my favorite thing to say. Just don't get hit. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah. When they build arenas that you're locked into, and then you have to do some kind of puzzle, and if you fail that puzzle, this is memory game, mind you.
It just means you need more damage.
You're totally screwed. I really hate Maven with a passion.
Honestly, I thought I was going to hate memory game, and then when I actually learned the fight finally, it was not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I don't even care to learn it. I would never subject myself to that kind of agony, where you're trying to kill this boss, and then you put everything into defense, and you don't have the damage to insta-phase her like these glass cannons that show up. And then it's like, oh, you do. Ooh, what do you got there?
Just giving everyone extra damage, you know. It shouldn't matter, but I always err on the side of caution.
When adding damage to them is never the worst as taking your defenses away.
Yeah, I do not do
your
that.
defenses away, it's just obscenely worse. Like, if you're, like, for example, the mod that reduces your elemental resistances, that mod is like 5 to 10 times more dangerous than the mod that gives them 100% as other elemental damage.
Unless you have way more resistance than you need. Because it doesn't reduce max, it just reduces flat. You can over-res it.
Yeah, that's right. However, when I would build with Dawnbreaker and convert all elemental to fire, I would play the blue and be like negative 200 resistance cold and negative 200 resistance lightning. No big deal. It was fun. You can also do that with Machinol's Machination shield. And then you wouldn't need to buy the Sublime Jewel from Safer that costs like 200 divines. You just buy the free divine shield.
My greatest joy in the world is walking by the Trial Master while he shit talks me.
I never played him. I don't like him.
He's not worth it, unfortunately. He's just I wish he was still as valuable as he used to be, because then at least I'd be tempted, but I have zero inclination to go anywhere near him.
Yeah. Nobody is really using it. Like, even his staff, it's very niche. The shield is also very niche. The thing about the shield is your ES is gone. Man, by the way, is your HP actually 4,700, or are you shrined up?
My, like, flat HP? Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Dude, you got some nice HP there.
I mean, it's 6k right now because of the shrine, but, dude, it's going up. It's going over 5k once I do the swap in the tree. Because I'm getting a bunch of life nodes.
You got life on your shield, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm old-fashioned. I like a lot of raw life.
And I like a lot of raw mitigation. Converting. I love converting damage to another type. Like my favorite way of defending against physical is not taking any physical in the first place.
Yep. That's one of the better ways to do it. That's the thing though, is that everyone does it that way. So whenever you try to play the game that way, it's very expensive.
Yeah, well,
My character's value
so
is
much more
probably still
reliable.
under 100 divs at this point.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, so was mine before the Mage Blood. Mine cost nothing. I literally had invested nothing into my build. I could have done the whole thing with 10 Divine.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I recommend it as a league starter. It doesn't need a lot to like get you over the finish line.
And it goes far. And it goes far. It like this thing was carrying me. Like Mage Blood has effectively done nothing for me right now. All it's done is it's made me zoom faster. I couldn't wait to get Mage Blood so I could just run faster.
Yeah,
Dude,
I mean, I think that's why you do it.
Once you've had a taste of that, you're like, oh gosh, this is
No.
painful.
Not Olamon. I hate this guy. I don't know if you've done any Abyss, but he likes to blow up our corpses and make cremations out of them. It's, I don't like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the only fight I had, and this is the guy who I was versing. That's okay. You blow up your corpses faster than he can.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll put the brand on him and he'll like jump over here opening the door and it'll still be spawning corpses and it'll still be cremating me. It's so
You're just
obnoxious.
faking that. You're not even nervous this guy's smacking you.
What? No, he's not dangerous. It's just annoying.
Nice.
Like,
He has no
when he does the
shotgun.
swing, I will pop my molten shell. Because if I get unlucky with blocks, he could probably do something scary, but that's about it.
Yeah.
There's a universe where I get
Your
unlucky
mana
and die. I won't lie.
Your mana sustain is pretty good there. Pretty darn good.
Get out of here.
Come on, double.
Nope. Right,
Two
dude.
socketed boots. Oh, one socket.
I had two
Too bad.
socketed boots drop already. I need a 2-socketed helmet. I need 2 socketed gloves. I need a 3-socketed shroud.
You want to go for the collection?
No, I just want a 3-socketed shroud so I can sell it for 30 div.
Nice. The replica is 6 sockets.
Yeah, but that it doesn't come with the other stuff.
But it's 6 sockets.
I guess.
6 Abyss sockets. So, you want to take me up on that offer to chance some portals?
No!
Uh,
This is
well,
not how I
Spider,
want to play
yes.
the game, dude.
Just stand beside a portal and spam it until
I'm
it turns gold.
out here trying to hit level 99. That
Digging
is
for
not going to level
gold.
me faster.
We can dig for gold though. Which mod?
The Wither one. That's one of the few
Can you
mods.
do reflect?
Can I do? No. Absolutely.
You can roll reduced reflect damage on your chest.
Yeah, I could. I like the mod that I have. It's easier for me to roll over the thing, because there's like 3 mods in the entire mod pool that I won't run. Like 4. I do very little.
The only one, actually, I run all of them except for Leech. The only one I won't run is Leech. That's it.
You won't run Leech?
Yeah.
Playing different games. Different builds even.
I can run any other mod, no problem. Now this is before Mage Blood even. now with Mage Blood, I think no, I still won't run Leech. Leech is just such a troll that they put in there. Oh, let's give you Leech, and then let's just take all of it away.
Yeah, I don't know why
we won't
they
reduce it by 90. We won't reduce it by 90%. We'll just make it completely obsolete.
Yeah, it's weird that they hate on Leech that hard.
Like, they won't take block absolutely away. They'll just take it like 90% of it away.
Same with like spell suppression.
But for Leech, yeah, and they'll even take like 90% or 80% of your spell suppress. But for some reason, Leech, they'll take 100% of it. Give you the ability to have 0 Leech, and same thing with like regen. It's like, why would they put these absolute stats in that completely destroy the exact defense that people build?
I mean, I understand
like,
why they do it to a degree. I just don't understand why it varies. Like, why are some defenses treated worse than others? What I'm always wondering.
Yeah, like minus resistance. That is just ridiculous.
I run that.
Why can't
you run that?
it? Yeah, I run it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, that's not a problem, honestly.
It's only. I mean, it does get dangerous. It really does.
I'm only ever afraid of it if I have
negative-
like block reduction on top of it.
the
Then it
negative-
can get kind of spooky.
The negative resistance. I don't have block, so I just have pure unmitigated leech. I leech energy shield too, so I'm leeching both energy shield and life at the same time. If I could get leech into, if I could mana leech now, holy moly, that would be epic. But I don't believe there's any way to leech mana other than with the jewel.
Oh yeah,
Sadly.
for spells.
Yeah, for spells. I mean, you could do this as a melee type character. Like the cast on crit version would open up that to you. It would also open up your helmet slot.
I mean, there's a whole build guide for that if you want to do it. It's an Inquisitor though.
Yeah. Would I use an Inquisitor? I mean, I like picking up speed. Like the faster these corpses explode, the faster you cast with Necromancer, because you gain 2% cast speed and attack speed. And I believe there's a weapon mod that increases and reductions to cast speed also count for attack speed. So the crit version on her would make her attack like something obscene. It's like 400% attack speed at that point.
Potentially, yes.
So you just ramp. You literally ramp.
I don't know how well it would work, purely because I don't know how fast it would ramp.
Oh, it would be very fast. Like I peek out. Let me see here. Now, mind you, this is Mage Blood. Now.
No, I'm just like this version of the build is gonna ramp faster than any other version. We are definitely triggering more procs than anyone.
Yeah, I
It's
cast
the one
13
claim to
times
fame.
a second. Yeah, I cast 13 times a second
Yeah.
at peak. And to be fair, yeah, so that's with my Mage Blood buffs, of course. Before I was hitting about 11, I would say. 11 casts, and then Mage Blood let me get in 13 casts. And you definitely explode more corpses as much as possible. But yeah, your build reminds when I saw you present this build, it reminded me of Tollfall back in the day. Tollfall would damage you, and this was back when instant leech was when you took a savage hit, it would be instant. You would have instant leech from the Juggernaut, not the Juggernaut
It would have been
Ascendancy. It
Berserker,
was
I
the
think.
Marauder Ascend in the Berserker. That's right. So I used to self-cast, damage myself, and I could. Uh, they must have picked it up because they literally killed it the next league. But I played one league, full fall, and you receive 500 damage when you reach maximum power charges. And then Remora's Banquet is a ring that if you hit something, you gain a power charge on non-crit hit. And so I would put 2 minimum power charges, so I only needed to hit one time, reach max, and then I'd hit frenzy. I would get a frenzy, so I would be max frenzies, and I would hit myself for 500 cold damage for as fast as I could cast, essentially. For as fast as I could get in hits, so I used Incinerate, because Incinerates is a proc rate of like 0.1 seconds or less.
Is it the fastest channeling in the game?
It is. It is.
I actually had to think about that because I'm not sure that Tendies isn't faster, but also I don't know that Tendrils worked that way back then.
No. Incinerate works. It ticks because it has stages, so it's tick. It's a tick rate, so it ticks very fast. And basically, I was casting level 21 cast when damage taken gems.
Yep.
All of them. I was casting like what was it? Like 7 spells at once. Mind you, the damage was nothing special, but it was fun. It was so fun. This is what this build reminds me of. Is that situation?
Yeah, where you're just kind of
casting. I was exploding. I was literally exploding everything. I was just amassing a ton of spells. You know.
I think Ward Looper would be closer, though, personally. We're going to be pedantic. Well, I'm going to be pedantic about it.
I tried Ward Loop. I don't like it. It's such a glass cannon. It is a total glass cannon, actually.
Yeah, it is.
And so I don't like it. It's just like you basically are kiting the entire time. So it's like I like playing characters that I can be in the action. This is why I hate bow builds with a passion. It's like
I need to be up close
like, are you even playing the game? You're just clicking. You don't even have to aim with a bow. It's that ridiculous. I would never play a bow build. Like, I was looking at these mana builds that do billions of damage. They're bow builds. I'm like, well, there goes that. I'm not playing that. No matter how much damage something does, if it's a bow build, I could not be bothered, man. It is such a boring gameplay. An absolute boring gameplay. For me. And even mines are, I don't know. What kind of builds have you played?
Honestly, I pretty much am always playing either a close quarter spell build or a melee build. Because I find any build where I can't be up close to the boss squishier than otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Because if you can get right in there and actually learn their mechanics, you can perform much better in most situations.
I like being able to face tank things. I like defenses. For me, defenses are more entertaining. Because if I'm getting hit, to some degree there's still danger. But once you build enough defenses, you can overcome pretty much everything. And
kind of a
that's
weird,
easy to do.
kind of a weird thing to say, but for me, it's about doing it inexpensively. No joke. Like, part of the reason for this build the way it is because it's cheap. It's probably not cheap at the stage I have it, but getting here was very easy. I mean, it funded itself, no problem, the whole way through, every step of the way.
Oh yeah.
And that's gotten harder to do over the years.
Actually, to be honest, this does really well on Blight as well.
Yeah, I started Blight
Like,
was my
this
initial strategy.
Like I noticed that this thing does exceptionally good on Blight, and you can literally in most cases you don't need much help from towers at all with this skill, because it just obliterates the corpses that are all in a straight line. So it's actually really good for that mechanic, and for noobs, like new players who try Blight. Blight is such a low risk deal.
I would say it's the mechanic I would recommend to like a genuinely new player. And when I say genuine, I mean someone who plays a lot of Diablo probably isn't going to be too interested in Blight, but someone who's actually new to these types of games, oh my god, Blight's probably a godsend for them.
No, Blight is just amazing for like being able to get some patch together in the game. To get some decent items. Because
everyone needs gold oil.
Yeah, that's true. That is so true. This was a doom. That's how you take it. You need 3.
Yep. I mean, double curses is just the best thing we can get, more or less, because our damage scaling is so weird.
Yeah, no, it's resistances. The more resistances you can shed, the better.
Oh, it's correct.
That's why Inquisitor might be better for damage, just because if you crit, your crit bypasses resistances.
That's an interesting point though, because if you actually look at what our effective links are, as far as being like in Kitava stores are concerned, Awakened Fire Pen and Combustion are so far ahead of everything else. I almost kind of challenge that a little bit, at least for this version of the build. For cast on crit, it's different. You're already critting all the time playing that one.
No, but the crit has to be on the spell, not crit to...
yeah, they have tons of generic crit from stacking strength and int.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these just built that one's been like solid for a very long time. Pathfinder has been solid, Necromancer has been... Man, Necromancer's even more solid now. That one gets 3 leech from minions? That's crazy. I wish I had 3 leech. That's actually investment. Do you have any leech for your energy shield?
No, I only have life leech. I wish I had ES leech. I could probably like throw a point somewhere for it at some point if I really wanted to.
There's only one spot for you to be able to get the instant leech too, which is huge.
It's just not the biggest deal because my energy shield pool is mostly there for when I'm fighting a boss.
Oh, it's huge because you will effectively leech both energy shield and HP.
Actually, what I really want, I want 9 lives. I want to recoup my energy shield.
Yeah.
Those all feed off of each other if you've got good values on them, and it's ridiculous if you can get that going. You should look up how expensive that is.
9 lives recoups HP, mana, and ES.
Yep.
25%. And it's over 3 seconds. Not cool.
I wonder how expensive it is this league.
Here, let me take a gander for you while you bust some heads. If it even exists.
Yeah, honestly. Considering you have to do Ubers for it.
That's crazy. You gotta be reversed. 45 divine.
Per piece
For
or
one piece.
together? Okay. So yeah, still crazy
And the other
expensive.
one, who knows? The other one could be twice that. It's
Yep.
so weird, like why they're priced so differently from each other.
I think it has to do with how expensive the fragments to get into the fight are, versus like what drops from a given boss are valuable. Because if that's the big hit and the one reason you run the boss, then it's going to be crazy expensive. There's also T17 availability, and T17s favor certain fragments. So like all the fragments that come from
You're looking
Sanctuary
at,
are going to be cheaper because so many people run this map.
Yeah, that combination right there is 100 divine, roughly.
That would be, I'd be able to unspec from so much on the tree, though. I'd be able to go elsewhere. I got that.
Well, I'm curious. Why do you value the Riku so much?
The Riku? It has to do
what's
with the
tree
general...
from
So,
the
the defenses on this build kind of came second to making the helmet work, right? And when I was looking into how to make it work, what I found was that getting a lot of one thing was basically impossible, at least for the whole thing to be efficient. And just kind of what it came down to was that it's that one situation where Recoup is at its strongest, which is I have damage being mitigated by tons of additional sources, specifically my ES and my mana. And because it's like that, but Recoup goes from all damage taken regardless of what's taken, or what is taking it, my Recoup value is basically much higher than it appears. Like, you would think, oh, you have 60% Recoup, so 60% of the damage you take, your life is recouped. No, it's 60% of the damage I take to my mana, my ES, and my life is recouped as life. That's why I don't put much investment into Leech, because I have enough life recoup where I'm actually basically recouping all of my life over 3 seconds anyway. It's already there. It's already doing it. And if you get the recoup any higher, you start recouping more than your total life over 3 seconds, which means you're probably doing it in 2. In 1.
And that's why you do leech, no leech map, eh? How's your energy shield recharging so fast?
Question. A slightly complicated answer. I don't think I have anything directly affecting it. I'm gonna make sure before I say what I'm about to say next. No, that's mana. Just making sure I don't have anything before I say this. So the secret to my energy shield recharging so fast is Essence Glutton. Which doesn't look like it gives a lot, because you're like, okay, so it's probably like, what?
Well, I have
5%?
that.
But
I do have.
oh yeah, obviously you have it too.
That, though.
But the secret ingredient.
I never found it. I never found it to be. I guess I never found it to be very good compared to my leech. My leech is just like way better.
The secret ingredient is block.
I gotcha. Your block allows some time in between hits.
Yeah, especially in a situation where I'm doing single. It actually becomes just outright silly.
Not for me, the leech sustains. It's the same. Like I think leech. Because as you scale damage, your survivability becomes better. Whereas with recoup, you can't,
up to a point.
You can't scale. You can't scale. You can only scale defenses for that to be even better.
Yep. But I have.
But I like scaling damage. I already have an idea for really good defenses for this build.
I mean, you know what you're doing, so I'm not gonna knock what you're doing, but I do what I do all for a reason, and it's good. I mean, I'm gonna be able to get full block like you, Yeah, I assume the
And-
Mage Blood's gonna open that up one way or another. Just by making room for other things.
No, I don't need it. I really don't need it to make that particular situation possible. And
But
I'm
it
going
helps.
to be able to. I'm probably going to be very close to almost all physical damage taken as elemental. Actually, no, it's impossible because of the helmet. That's good. Yeah, when I was looking at this build, that's why I was considering doing the crit-based one, because then I wouldn't be dependent on having a unique helmet, which is actually no, that's not true. It is actually possible. Mind you, it's very difficult. This one here. It's 10 on the tree, plus you can get 10 on the watcher's eye. And then the shield potentially can give you 12. And then the test gets to 72. Oh man, where am I gonna get the rest here?
See, this is why I'm going in the other direction. I'm gonna get the suffix on my body armor for the physical damage reduction. I'm gonna get the better Watcher's Eye with physical damage reduction. I'm gonna get another 10% of Fizz taken as Chaos, which will be 7.5% because I have capped Chaos Res.
Yeah.
It'll all be there. I don't know that it'll be quite as good as yours is flat out, but
Mine will be much stronger against it.
how much more expensive will
The
it be?
problem with the way I'm looking at it right now, it's not going to be much. Let me see here. Let me do some math. If I were to just take the 3 items that I'm talking about, actually never mind. One item will be like basically a mirror. It'll be worth a mirror.
I was gonna say there's got to be something like that because those defensive layers always hinge on 1 or 2 pieces of gear that are like a bottleneck because lots of people want them. That's just a side effect of it.
Oh, dude. Last week, I double corrupted Machinal Machination
Yep.
with 6% Fizz taken as fire and 6% Chaos taken as or Fizz taken as Chaos. So effectively 12% taken as other. That shield is multiple years. And I'm never gonna give it away.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
When I hit that thing last league, I was just like amazed. But basically, I was looking at doing the same thing with that shield because now I have a form of ES reach that allows me to maintain the defenses. Oh, nice.
Nope, garbage. Not nice.
What's the belt? Is it close to 100?
No.
Those are worth something.
No, it's not.
Or was it?
68%.
Darn.
Not even
I got
nice.
one that's the first time I killed that boss. He gave me the belt that was close to 100%. I think I sold it already. No, it's still here. It's 94%.
I think I had a 97 from my first one. I was like really excited about it because I wasn't sure if
Thanks.
going Abyss was a good choice. But yeah, that belt, anything over 85%, I think was
strong.
20C not that long ago.
That particular belt is significantly strong for minion build.
Yes,
It is so
I am
strong.
well aware. I have also dropped into Amanamu's Gaze, which is where all my money came from this league.
Nice.
19 divs, baby.
19 divs. Hey, one more than my my jackpot rats with divines. Before they nerfed it, and now I've never seen it again. Hundreds
Yeah,
of
I haven't
maps
seen
later,
that either.
never seen it once.
I haven't seen it or a divine altar from Eater either. I've been doing Eater all week. I've actually never seen divine altar from Eater, period. So whenever GGG wants to get on that,
I don't know. They decided to cut out some exploits in a league they're probably just going to void anyways.
second
Whoa,
divine.
that's close.
Yep. I mean, block made it pretty unlikely that I was going to die there, to be honest. Block is stupid. Dumbest defensive
Yeah.
layer.
I'm definitely going to invest in that's where the high end. Now that I got my Danish blood, now I can go into the block defense. Now I can invest into it. Because you can do offering on the boots, offering on the mastery here, minion mastery. The boots give you 20, so you could effectively have increased and reduced, so you can almost get 100% of it. And you have max block, you said?
Mm-hmm. Capped attack and
I
spell.
wondered. Okay. Yeah, so you invested heavily into those. I'm curious, do they have block tattoos?
They have attack block tattoos. I'm using a few of them to get those last few percentage points. Their strength, though.
That's fine. You don't need much strength in this build.
150.
It's not. Yeah, that's not a lot at all.
that's
And
I'm just saying the
most of
number.
your most of your jewels, like if you're using shield charge, you need 155 strength. That's the highest strength you'll need.
I think determination
I
is
lied.
the highest one. Yeah,
I lied.
A 21 determination is 158. But that's the same
Yeah.
as shield charge, I guess.
Yeah. I'm using vital. Wait, no, I'm using arrogance. No, it's not even arrogance. No way. No, it's Dawnbreaker requires 159 strength to use it. So Dawnbreaker takes the cake there for strength necessary. What am I sitting at for strength anyways? I never even checked. I'm at 196 and I'm still to be fair, I could actually put where is my strength coming from actually? From
Probably have a
Mage Club.
suffix somewhere doing it. Surprise.
Yeah, my amulet. There we go. Yeah, but it's just an implicit. It's only one implicit.
Maybe
I
on your
don't have
belt.
strength anywhere else.
The suffix somewhere giving you like 60 strength, I bet.
Well, the Mage Blood gives you 50 strength. And then I get 20 strength from my implicit on my. It's a Syntrix amulet. It's nothing. It's garbage. It's
How much do
literally
you get on the tree?
on the tree. I'm only spec'd into. Oh, I see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 travel. 2 of them I replaced with fire damage. And that's 7 travel. So 70 from the tree. And I don't need 30. I can add 15% more damage. Yeah. All my int is gone basically. I have 175 int, which is perfect. And the neat thing about the int as well is I can actually reduce the cost of my skill right to 100% perfectly. Because for every int I replace with a tattoo, it reduces my mana pool, which reduces the cost of the skill, which is pretty cool. It's actually really this build is actually very very easy to tweak, basically. It's very cheap to tweak. So that you can get it exactly right on the 100% mana. The 100 mana, I could say. I'm so surprised you don't use Sadist. That thing gives you 60% damage just with one node.
I mean, I have so much increased damage, I don't even know how much 60% is worth at this point.
That's one node, and you spent.
It's not. Don't say that. Don't
Yeah.
say it's one node, because you know damn well I have to set up a whole cluster jewel for that too. There's a lot of opportunity cost that goes into starting that.
This is true, which is why I picked. Actually, both top jewels are very good. One gives you damage on the nodes, and then the other one gives you mana on the other nodes. But all the travel jewels going to it give you other stats, so you get like 3 stats that you need that you can build basically. No matter what, cluster jewels are just more efficient if you're able to get them
I don't
in.
know.
But
There's a lot of little things you can do that like upset the cluster jewel balance. Otherwise, cluster jewels would be way more expensive than they are, I think. If they were always the clear best.
It takes a lot of work to get them to be good. That's just it. It's just a big investment. Like to roll a good jewel, you're gonna spend, I would say, 4 or 5 divines if you're lucky. If you're lucky that you roll it before then, and then assuming the base doesn't cost too much, you're not using like a very popular base. I can't imagine fire damage, but I think you can even get away with elemental damage. It's just with fire damage you get 12% instead of 10% elemental, and the 12% fire gives you something else that you have access to, some more specialized fire nodes, which are really good actually. But I see how your recoup works now. It's the block that's making it feel good.
Yeah, recoup on its own is a terrible defensive layer. Honestly, you have to have the other stuff, but each other thing you add to it makes it stronger to a point where it starts to, in my opinion, it overtakes things like leech, which that may or may not be true, but I feel like it's better. I enjoy it more this way. I don't have to be doing damage for it to be recovering for me. It's just I get hit and it happens.
Right. It has the advantage of there isn't anything in the game currently that stops it other than maybe
Recovery rate.
Maybe recovery stopper.
Because there is a map mod that reduces the rate of recovery by like 60%.
Yeah.
But cannot regenerate
still,
does not block it, which is kind of funny.
No.
I can kind of do cannot regenerate as long as I watch my mana flask really close. You can kind of get away with no mana regen. I've done Val side areas with that mod. Since they're short.
It's not an issue with Leech, of course, but I always wondered. Yeah, you got the brutality shrine. That thing is so ridiculous. It's hilarious with your skill.
It's a giant pain in the ass, but it is giving me experience. Wait, no, it's not giving me experience anymore. I don't have that Carabin, do I? I could have dropped
You
it.
don't have that zero.
I was using it before, but I don't want to buy
ran
more.
out?
I'm kind of muscling through this last few bars.
15. You got 15%.
I know.
I just rolled a perfect.
I did want to ask you something, though,
50%.
between maps.
What's up?
Because we're talking about cluster jewels. But I'm
Yeah.
guessing your top of the tree doesn't look like my top of the tree.
No, you can here. I'll post on Discord my tree if you want to have a look at what it looks like now. It has the mage blood in it now, so
Yeah.
you can have
But
a look
like,
at it.
this Prandis pact
You
is
know the
giving
mage.
me 114%
Yeah,
fire
dude,
damage.
I want that. I want that. I want that Perendis pack because it's gonna give me a different idea.
Go get it. It's 4 div.
If it, I'm lazy.
Yeah, no, that's my excuse too. I'm like, I can't be bothered.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to. My main target was Mage Blood. I was like, I don't want to. This build does fine the way it is. I don't want to put any more money into other upgrades. I'm just going to try and trade to get those things now. But yeah, my tree is. Let me have a look at my tree. Relative to yours, it's very similar. Really. It's actually very, very similar to yours.
That's surprising, honestly.
I did do something because I really like that 100% increased damage with hits
Oh, my
against
internet's
ignited
freaking out.
enemies.
Okay. Shut up, game.
What's the deal for your internet?
Just every once in a while, I'll start dropping packets. So good. I gotta have something here valuable.
Here you go, buddy.
Oh, flower.
You can check it out.
I will do that real quick. I actually want to.
Its fizz max hit is not to my liking though.
No, that is always the thing with this build. I mean, you're solving that with vision.
Yeah, I have about 37% of fizz is as elemental right now, but I really want to get the 10% as chaos, and I want to use a cloak of flame because that's actually going to give me a lot better survivability. Actually.
Am I looking at this right? Why do you have magmatic strikes?
It's just because I didn't want to travel all the way up to the Heart of Flame.
Why Avatar of Fire?
Actually,
Wait, what are you? What is going on here?
It's inefficient. No, it's because I wanted to get that 100%, and then the issue I was having is.
But what? Wait, hold, no.
Physical...
Why do you need it 100%? What I'm wondering.
Because of Reflect.
Oh, this is.
So for Unearthed, now it's all fire damage. So when I get.
I don't
Actually,
agree
it
with
won't
that,
matter
but
because.
I understand.
No, never mind. Now that I'm thinking about it, it won't matter because Elemental Focus only works on Detonate Dead. It doesn't work for Unearth, so I'm still not going to be able to drop reduced Reflect damage. So, well, that's going away. That'll go away. I'm probably going to go back up to Explosive Impact because at least that way I get some life in ES while I'm traveling there. Because I really like that one node there, that Fiery Mastery, 100% increased damage with hits against ignited enemies.
Yeah, that's why I go up top and grab Heart of Flame. But I'm also over there to get Infused Flesh, and along there to get Mystic Bulwark, which is why the Prandis Pact is so good there. And you are just like in a completely different unit. Hold on,
Yeah, and I plan to go along the top of that tree.
Arcane Will? What?
Which, What's Arcane Well?
You're grabbing it.
Where is it?
By the witch start. It's
Oh.
the mana node.
Yeah, for Arcane. Because rather than just getting straight mana, Arcane Surge gives you regen plus cast speed.
No, I understand that. That's Arcane Capacitor, though. I'm talking about Arcane Will. You're taking it by the witch area for just like some extra mana, it looks.
Oh, here. Yeah. It's huge. 30%.
But
Plus
what is that
another
doing
8,
for you?
38. It's giving me mana. It's for the purpose of getting 100% mana cost. Plus, if you're traveling through there,
But there's other ways to control that.
this is true.
You like if you need.
I could probably grab mana elsewhere.
No, I'm saying you could remove that, and then level down your inspiration.
But I
Increase
have
the
a
mana
level
cost.
21. But I
Yeah,
have
but-
a level 21.
What else is it doing? It's there to reduce the mana cost, so it doesn't go too high.
But yeah.
The lower level ones. That's what I'm saying. That's 3 free
This is-
skill points that can be
listen.
anywhere else.
Listen, I just got Mage Blood. I haven't looked at my tree since.
All right. That's why we're doing this right now. Oh my god, there's a lot you can do here. You also have a 16% damage node on the corpse wheel on the right side here that you probably don't need to have right this second. That's like
Increased damage if you consume the corpse?
yeah, it's 16%.
That's
That's,
one
a,
point.
that's a small node. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
but that's 1 point for 16% damage.
Look, you have 4 points.
Where
You
else am
can go get some block now. That's squishy.
I? I'm not though. I face tank essentially everything. It's because of the leech. You see the leech at the top there?
Well, I mean, you face tank everything by virtue of out regenning it, but like, where's your what this? How do you deal with overwhelming damage? Leech isn't gonna push you through like, I don't know, standing in Veritania's tornadoes or something.
Well, my block is at about 50%. About
Not-
50% there. So here's the idea. Big mobs do not last very long.
Oh, you're running Darkseer too. You don't even have a trigger weapon.
Nope.
Completely different school of thought. Oh, you've switched to the
So
Elefocus setup.
So Dark Seer also gives me
I actually did the math on that. And I didn't like it.
malediction.
All that. Did the math on Awakened Elefocus switch, and it, even with all of the other
Focus, it
sources-
wasn't worth it.
Yeah, even with all the other sources, combustion was better.
I kind of figured because combustion reduces the
Yeah, I have so many sources that reduce the resistance already. I was like, at this point, that's not nearly worth as much as it is baseline. But actually, it's still enough.
Thank God. Well, thank God, because now I can actually. There's a point there that I spec'd into chance to free shocking ignite, so I can ignite better. But now I can put it into ailment effectiveness instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just It was close. Like, don't get me wrong. There might still be a point where if I
I
get
mean,
enough.
combustion felt good. I honestly thought combustion felt better. I don't like the idea that you can't ignite.
Are you married to the
Right,
Darkseer?
no, that's getting replaced.
I'm gonna say, because
19% fire damage.
you're gonna need a trigger weapon if you're gonna go block. That is the law of the land. Oh no! Why are you running at Serious Promise?
What? What? A serious promise.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, 8% of elemental damage is extra chaos.
With
Plus,
with,
it adds leech.
with Avatar of Fire.
No. Actually, it's very strange. it's very strange you mentioned that now. It actually feels like a damage boost even with Avatar of Fire.
But it does not. It
Hold
is
on.
not.
Does Avatar I know I
It
definitely
says deal
shouldn't
no
be.
non-fire damage. The thing.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm taking that off like immediately.
Also, isn't it supposed to be? You're kind of losing your effectiveness of Mage Blood because Mage Blood's not going to affect.
No, it's not. Right now, I just got Mage Blood,
Oh,
so
so this
I'm
is
going
yeah,
to
okay.
be moving things around to make it more effective.
Okay, go, here's
Um,
my recommendation because I have learned things in my own research. Combustion is better than Awakened Focus, miraculously.
okay,
I
good.
was shocked. I would say just cut this out, and then I don't know
Done.
where it's
I'm putting
efficient
it
for
back
you.
in.
What?
Done. I'm putting it back in.
Okay, and
I
then
had it set aside because
you do need to get a different ignite. Hey Galif, you do need to get a different ignite, and I would almost say if you could, it's kind of difficult.
what are you talking about? A different ignite?
Well, a different Fire Master, I mean. So you can get that 100% increased damage with hits. I don't know where you would go for
I
that.
don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I'm saying if you cut out this, because you were going down to get Avatar Fire, you don't have easy access to this Fire Master anymore.
Oh no, that'll be cut out. That'll be cut out. I don't need it, so that'll be cut out. So I'll go instead of the anoint that I have at the top there.
Yeah.
You see the anoint by the life wheel?
You're going to path to it,
Instead of
then get a different anoint? Is that the plan?
yeah,
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
yeah,
That's smart. That'll help you a
or
lot.
or path the way you've passed to the Fire Mastery along top. It's just so many points. It's 1, 2, 3, 5 plus the mastery plus
It
2
is.
to travel to.
But
But because you have the Parandis, it makes sense.
Yes.
Because you're utilizing those
look how
points
dense it is.
further.
it's so beautiful.
Yeah. I agree. But I plan to travel along the top side and use 2 clusters along the top side, and still utilize that Brandis jewel without. But I actually wondered why you passed through the minion nodes, and then I realized you take minion damage. So
Yep.
I didn't realize those nodes gave minion damage. So those also work.
And one of them's
That's
also
a lot
getting
of
the
damage.
6%.
Yeah, both. One of them, is it just the small ones, not the large ones?
So the small one is out of range of the Parandis fact, but the big one isn't. So the big one is actually
Oh,
26%
I see.
damage for a single point. It's pretty
Nice.
spicy.
Okay. Sorry for the. Yeah, that Brandis sounds so nice.
So yeah, Galif, I have
I'll
Tiago Alfonso here on Discord chatting me up about build mechanics. He just got a Mage Blood, so his life is very different than mine. As far as making the build go.
Making it go burr.
Yep. Alright, Rog, I think I'm gonna skip you today. Bait it!
Why are these people?
They take so long to drop their loot. I have a bunch of mythic orbs. I should corrupt some heavy belts and just start smacking them. Have you seen how cheap the Squire is this league?
It's just damage. That's all it is.
What is?
It's perfect for a glass cannon.
Oh, yeah, but still. Like it
But
is a
because-
lot of damage. If you can give up the shield slot, it's tremendous because you can combine it with an Elder or Shaper weapon.
This
Or
is true,
massive linkage.
but other items have come into play, and really the way to go is with a shield. It's almost silly.
I get so anxious when people say stuff like that because I'm like, man, they're gonna nerf block.
No, they won't. they made it last league. It was possible to get 100% block, and then they removed the ability to get 100% blocked attacks, and now it's a max of 90%. You were essentially immortal to attack. Just spell, and then you would do spell, and then you would do spell suppression to handle spells.
Yeah.
Forget spell block. You would just do spell suppression. It was impossible to get spell block.
Yeah. I don't know. They might do something to block, just because so many people are asking for a gladiator rework, and rework usually means anything connected to that is going to have a sledgehammer taken to it in the worst way for everyone else.
No, I mean, gladiator is so irrelevant right now.
Yeah, but everyone's asking for buffs. So GGG's going to give them what they want.
He was supposed to be tailoring to like the
worst abyss of all time.
Fine. I got the Parandus pack. You happy now? You've convinced me.
Is it? I mean, I say, even with a lot of the nodes you don't have, that still has to be like 80% damage, right?
No, I'm definitely thinking about the top section there.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, there's also those recoup nodes, which are very big. And you love recoup, so it's very point efficient traveling along the top, and cutting out everything in the middle there, and going straight. Actually, hold on.
Oh yeah, because your build goes over that way.
And I get the leech, and I pick up the leech, so I'm already kind of going in there.
Your build is gonna epitomize, if it doesn't kill you instantly, it doesn't kill you at all. All the defensive layers you've got for recovery. It's actually insanity.
I'm going to check something. Damn.
Got a coffin storage.
Wait. Oh, baby.
Have anything?
You should pick up Commander of Darkness. If you can.
Commander of Darkness.
Yeah, with 2 dual slots, you can get 30% increased damage, 30% all resist, and 3% increased attack and cast from your auras, of which you probably have 2 or 3.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's probably never gonna happen. Essence Glutton is too important. I need 4 points to get out to the casting, and then the other one is Offering. Like, I mean, I guess as a Forbidden Flesh thing, but...
Yes, that's right, that's right.
I have things I'd rather go for, and I don't want to move my jewels around currently. I could fit it, right? I could squeeze it in, but...
Well, what do you... Okay, so what would you give up to get 30% increased damage and 30% all resist, and then probably 9% attack?
Well, 30% elemental resist is the issue. I don't have elemental resistance issues right now, so it wouldn't be that much. I'd be able to open it up elsewhere, but then I'd be replacing half my gear at that point. It's just not necessary. Like,
yeah.
there's stuff I could go for in other Witch Ascendancies that would be way more impactful. I don't know how expensive it is, but the exposure node for Elementalists maybe is cheap enough for me to consider.
It's probably going to be a popular one, especially if the exposure is generic.
Well, the exposure is when you apply exposure, it does like an extra 25%. but it's competing with a better node already that you can get. So my thinking is maybe it's not as expensive because, what is it, Shaper of Devastation or something? It's also an option over there, which is more or less 30% more damage.
Okay, so exposure inflict applies an extra negative 25 to the affected resistance. It says an extra. So whatever your exposure
is, it
but you wouldn't need the other elemental node that gives you an extra.
I'm already getting rid of that.
-8.
That's going to be switched to the Fire Mastery, where it's just another 5%. An extra 5% rather, instead of being a flat binary change. 'Cause I'm getting away from that whole arm of the tree to do some mitigation things.
Near where the minion nodes are? You're trying to get away from there?
No, the where Shaper, like the actual Shaper node is, that arm that swings down to the middle, that's going away.
Oh yes. I got rid of that when I got my mage blade. That was the first thing I got rid of, and then I put it into some bad spots, as you saw.
We all
I
make
was just trying to get like
mistakes and they need a passion, you know?
Actually, I'm surprised you don't get the but you're checked out of elemental overload already, so
Yeah, I have Oscillating Scepter.
That's right. Because when you were pathing there were cursed nodes that would let you recover mana.
Yeah, I was
and
thinking about
light.
those. There's a way to use that. The thing is that I don't have a binary curse application. It's for my trigger. Baydat's here now too.
My ring. You can get a curse ring.
Yeah, I know.
Very easy. Yeah.
But I'm already using a trigger
rings,
weapon
some gloves.
that does it for me, so it's just not the most important thing in the world to me.
You could trigger something else. Like, what are you triggering now? You're triggering
Bone Offering,
your offering.
the most important one.
Yeah, you're triggering your offering. You're triggering two curses?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't need the curses all the time, which is why I'm okay with them being on triggers. I only really need them against big bosses.
Yeah.
There are 2 shrines in there.
I'm curious.
There's a
curses
first
the curses do stack though, correct?
Yes, with Whispers of Doom.
Yeah. You would possibly be able to anoint something.
Oh, if I wanted to drop a curse. I don't know what is on the tree that would be worth more, unless I went defensively with it, but my defense is not the biggest issue right now, unless I can get a massive bonus to physical.
Where you're going to get the most advantage is if you can convert some of the physical, because the
I'm
big
already working
issue
towards
with
that.
physical. Yeah, the big
But that's
issue
a
with
mastery.
physical is the overwhelm that monsters have.
I have 12%
Overall,
on my
just-
chest, and then I'll have another 10% from the mastery shortly. Level 99.
Unfortunately, most overwhelm is 20%. So all of that is just neglected. Whereas if you convert over, overwhelm is absolutely, it's like penetration, it's useless. Plus your effective conversion is just so much more effective against big hits. You're already trivializing small hits because you have block too. So your block and recoup deals with all the small hits. It's just the big hits is usually going to come from different types of penetration, of which there's so much penetration in this game. So conversion metrics are so good. Like even if you pick up a lethal pry jewel,
That would go where
changes-
Brandis Pack does, though, so I'd have to think about that.
No, you could put it right next to where your minion nodes are. You already pick up. You can pick up. You already pick up divine judgment. You have
That's so many
faith and
points I gotta
heal.
spend now. I gotta take something else away from it.
No, you already have those points there. They're already there.
By my minion stuff, that's 3 points to get to the jewel socket.
Oh, you don't even have that jewel socket there.
Nope.
Oh, you don't have divine judgment or the HP there.
Nope. Don't need them.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but where are you gonna put your? You said you were cutting that little branch that was in the middle there, going
Yep.
down.
Here,
So you could even use that to get a jewel slot somewhere.
No, I don't want to get a jewel slot. I already told you, I'm gonna get life, armor, and some conversion off of that.
Oh, I know. I think I know what you're going for. You're going through Sanctum of Thought, and then picking up.
Yeah, I'm going
tentacles,
by tireless to
yeah.
Sanctum of Thought. And it has to be tireless because there's a lot of reduced mana cost I'm getting over there, and tireless kind of covers that.
Yes. Yeah, you need tireless. Although, food for thought, you could pick up glancing blows, impossible escape, and then you could get rid of all the travel nodes to that wheel there and just pick up the entire
Glancing
wheel.
blows, impossible escape. Yeah, when I have the money.
Hold on. Let me see what this thing costs.
That's got to be so expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely stuff I've thought of, but a lot of the times I count things out just because they're so expensive. Because the other thing you got to remember is I'm making a build guide. How do I recommend that to people? Just get this, what, 70 div jewel probably? Maybe more? Ooh, fracturing shards, nice.
Hold on. You also have to think about, like, if you're making a recommendation, is this person going to be playing in a trade league? If they're playing in a trade league, these items become available because other players find them.
Well, it's not
So
about that.
really-
It's cost. The majority of people who are going to be looking for a build guide probably don't have quite the time you do to play. Because you're good at making money. Let's just come out and say it. You are definitely a talented player who's like... Again, you can ignore like most of the things I say, and the build is still incredibly
I've done
functional.
the same thing I've only done the same thing for the past few leagues now, and that
I know.
is double corruption shit. So that's all I do.
Double
It's
corrupt?
just-
That's a good way to make money, though. You know how to do it.
That's all. That's all. Cloak of Flame. Every Tom, Dick, and Jerry uses Cloak of Flame. So to double corrupt things that are used across a lot of builds, and that's it. That's how I got my Mage Blood. Was I double corrupted the +1/+2 projectile on the Cloak of Flame, and
What was that worth?
that's been. Well, it's worth 200 div, but I sold it for a little less because I just wanted to get rid of it.
Is that 3 Baydats in a row?
What happened? Whoa, who is she? You're melting her.
It's a Beyond boss.
Are you doing a Val Temple, hey?
Yep.
Nice.
Speaking of double corrupt.
I remember you were nervous. I remember you were talking a little bit nervously about the boss of this temple, and then you realized you just knocked them over.
Yeah, well, I'm used to the days of what's her face doing one rain into the sky and killing 90% of
tentacle.
characters.
Yeah.
Just
The
instantly.
tentacle lady. The tentacle lady. She was notorious for that. I fell victim to those tentacles often. Luckily, they made her squishy enough that you could kill her first very quickly.
Should get in there while I have all these shrines, actually.
Yes, I agree.
Just remove the ability for the
God.
game to fight back. There we go.
Yeah. Well, watch, you're bleeding. You're bleeding!
What? I'm already like past
You
that
were.
fight. I would have said something if I died. There's a bit of a stream delay.
Oh yes, this is true. That's right.
However, will you match
Hey, you
that
can ignore that
last
guy.
incredible performance?
What is that checking out? Let's see the cost of a imbalanced guard. I think imbalanced guard typically, yeah, it's 35 divines. That's a no.
That's less than I was expecting, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's because that's like 3 all max res, at least.
What? Imbalanced guard? No. Oh, glancing blows. I'm talking about glancing blows, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, that's different.
That should be worth nothing. Nobody wants
Lancing blows,
that.
yeah, Lancing blows might be a lot cheaper.
It's just 6 divines. It's very doable. Very, very doable. You could blight for an evening and get it.
Not gonna blight for an evening again. I did that once. I hated it. I was telling my buddy Fangelo, I'm like, hey, I got 22 blighted mats, and he just goes to do them all. And it's like, no, that's it. And then I did them
No
all.
way, Jose.
It's not fun. And I like blight. My opinion about
do
it has
too.
changed over the years.
Blight is great. It's a great starter to get things rolling. It's very easy to level a character. You just sit back and gain levels.
Mm-hmm.
Very low risk. Very low risk. And you can juice maps
And the blight is still
with
easy.
very little risk. Yeah. It's great for like newer people so that if they don't really know the kind of monsters they're dealing with. Yeah, so see, you could approach glancing blows. It's 6 divines, 7 divines. It's definitely something that could be worked towards very easily. And what that does is it eliminates all the travel points to try and get that wheel there for reduced mana cost.
I think it'd let me get the block nodes too. Can't remember. if
Yeah, you
it's-
can. Yes, you are correct. You can get the block nodes.
That might be a good one long
I
term.
don't.
Can I also get Sanctuary of Thought? Because I'm trying to remember everything around it. Oh, but can I get masteries?
You cannot get the masters
That's a big deal. 23%.
because you've got the avoid elemental, right? For your shield mastery is avoid elemental ailment.
Oh
while
no,
holding the shield.
no! I have 1% chance to block attack damage for 5 on the shield.
Ah, I got you.
But I'm saying I like the whole reason I want to go over there is to get the armor and energy shield mastery.
Right.
So that might not work actually. I think I actually just have to be over there.
So what can you pick up? I mean, the shield nodes are good. They're good for you.
I already have the shield nodes.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at pathing down to that particular region. Like, there's just no way. Like, there's no reduction of skill cost anywhere else on this bloody tree.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
The pigeonhole, and then they took away mana reduction this league from flasks, and they took it away from the jewels, so you can't even roll them on jewels.
Oh, they had to though. You
Just-
saw what they did to Archmage. Like they gotta rein that in, or it's gonna be completely controllable. I don't blame them for what they
Right.
did, and everything I need is still there to make the build work, so it doesn't bother me too much. That's a very minor concern in the grand scheme of things. I'm more concerned that so many people play Detonate that are chaining
no,
this league.
I figured out. I think I figured out how to get away from the reduction, the mana reduction. I'm just going to reserve some of my mana. I'm just going to level a clarity so that it reduces the exact amount I need to get to 100.
Ow.
I figured that part out, actually.
Ow. So you're gonna drop Eternal Blessing as well then, right?
No, I'm going to make Eternal Blessing reserve life instead.
No, that's arrogance.
Arrogance, sorry.
Because
But you
Eternal
can turn it into a
Blessing,
blessing.
Eternal Blessing says that you can't reserve anything else with mana.
Reserve life instead of mana, and Eternal Blessing says... It says support skills have no reservation.
Read the rest of
You
the
can
text.
only have one aura. Your non-blessing skills which reserve mana are disabled while you have an aura from a supported skill on you, while you reserve mana. But if it reserves life, it is not reserving mana. I wonder.
No, it says while you have an aura from a supported skill on you. It just has to be an aura from the skill on you. It doesn't matter what it's reserving.
Oh,
No, it's a complete out, unfortunately.
yeah.
Eternal Blessing has opportunity cost. You're compensated, because it also comes with a shitload of aura effect, which is very nice. But
I think it's just
it's a bit rigid.
I am close. I'm actually close to the reservation areas on both sides of the tree.
We already talked about this,
Like-
though. You can modulate your cost by controlling the level and quality of your inspiration. Assuming you're like, oh, it's too high now. Unless you needed to get it like way lower, in which case, okay, that's different.
No. It's like 104. I used when I put the Mage Blood, then it was out of whack, and so now I have to figure out how to get that back into a perfect alignment with the stars, so to speak. When it's the 515. He left.
It's on fire.
Okay. Time to get rid of this stuff on the bottom here. So you were mentioning something about the fire mastery where critical strikes do not inherently ignite. That's fine as long as you have a chance to ignite, which your curse will let you ignite.
Well, the combustion support going back in will also give you ignite chance.
That's right.
That's why this build has never cared about like managing ignite. It's just, nah, you have a combustion on your primary skill and it's hitting them 3,000 times a second, so go for it.
Yeah, and it's more accessible too. Luckily, it's more accessible too than the Awakened gem. So basically, the setup is all accessible gems except for
Awakened Fire Pen.
Enhance and Empower. Awakened Fire Pen is very, very cheap.
Well, I mean, the level 3 Enhance and Empower is also pretty cheap. I'd say almost just as cheap.
Yeah.
This guy. Then it gets expensive, fortunately.
Yeah, that's min-max for you. That is min-max for you. Alright, let's get rid of some of these bad nodes here. Okay. If I got rid of these two... Yeah. I just realized exactly why I had thought about this.
Jackets, I hate it so much.
Why do you fight him so much?
Oh, I just hope that it's the other one. But
Oh.
Olamon will just like like I'll have phased him, right? I'll have gotten to low enough HP, and he'll start doing other attacks while he's invulnerable.
Yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of the Harvest Leopard, the yellow one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will phase him,
all of the.
and then he'll go.
What's that?
He'll go
Bramble
into
Valley.
like the Bramble guy.
Bramble Valley is the worst map in the game because of that shit.
Yeah. It's like he'll go invisible, and he's invulnerable during that state because he's supposed to be transitioning into his secondary phase where he goes into a
Gaze.
tree.
Not worth anything. Oh, it's worth something. That's a surprise.
What is it?
Kakarot's Gaze. I thought that one wasn't worth anything.
Oh yes, yes, yes. It's a jewel.
Yeah, I know, but Kakarot's
It allows-
is usually like nothing.
I don't think too many people at this point are doing.
I
Ever
suppose.
since the end of previous league, unless a new strategy comes around for Abyss is back in the basically in the Abyss.
I don't
It
understand.
went back to the Abyss. It was mainly for
I know what the
the-
strat was. Yeah, where you could super juice the amount
get,
of
like
rares in
tons
your
of rare. Yeah, yeah. So that's gone because they changed the jewels. Plus they're not. I don't know. Might still be possible because you can still juice the maps differently now. Okay, let's have a look at this tree. See what I can do. Work some magic. I do have to get a one like yours though to get rid of elemental overload over here.
Yep. But it's actually very easy to do. To get like the one that I have at least. I might
Yeah,
need to make a
plus
video
one.
about that.
Yeah,
It feels
A lot of
awkward
people
because like telling someone just buy a shitload of deafening essence of fears and it'll be fine. It's weird. It's gonna be harder for you because you want to stay away from minion damage, right?
yeah. I want to drop it so that I don't have to be on this side of the tree where. I mean, I could anoint the skill and grab minion damage going forward, but you're grabbing minion damage on your wands, some on the tree, right? So
It's actually a sizable amount on the tree. If you go and look around at all the minion damage that incidentally gets picked up, you'd be surprised. That one node is worth a lot more than it appears to be.
I agree. I agree. Definitely agree. You still have mind over matter, correct?
Of course.
Yeah. Mind over matter was somewhere else, to be honest. Actually, it can be somewhere else. They have a tattoo.
You are...
Oh
Your
boy.
mic's
Oh
not doing
boy.
so good.
Oh boy, oh boy. I just realized that. Oh my goodness. If I could move mind over matter, and I can. Oh, but how much does that rubbish cost? What's it called? Traveling. Journey tattoo. Journey tattoo.
It's not picking up corpses.
Oh wait, what the hell? Oh, they don't actually exist, I guess.
What doesn't exist?
The journey tattoo that transforms.
Oh yeah, the journey tattoos, I don't think they made it.
Oh, they did. What?
Yeah, those didn't go
What?
over.
What? Yeah, they did. I'm looking at it right now.
In the patch notes?
4 times for a journey tattoo. What the hell? Yeah. I guess I'm gonna kill those guys for journey tattoos. I guess it's that rare. Holy moly.
Can you see any on trade?
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
a journey
okay.
tattoo in gold. But there's none of the ones that changed the notables. There's none online.
Yeah, I don't know that those made it. You might want to check the patch notes.
Well, if the journey tattoos made it, then the journey tattoo to change the notable might have made it as well.
No, I'm saying when I read the patch notes, I know not all of the tattoos came over.
No, yeah, I know. Well, all the journey tattoos did though. Just the journey tattoos, not like the high-end ones that you could change, like a notable, a dexterity notable or a strength notable. Actually, the journey tattoos were the ones that changed that. Like the +1 to projectile
Yeah.
or +1 to endurance charge. None of those came over. But the one that changes the notables, that I believe Cave was coming over. I was excited about that. I can't believe I forgot about it, but okay, well, whatever. I'm just going to assume, because it's 40 freaking divines, I'm just going to assume that I have to be stuck on this side of the tree. I mean, minion damage is good because it's generic damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it counts for the secondary damage.
Secondary damage is everything. Not
So,
be overemphasized.
could you use a minion cluster jewel?
Sure. But I think you can do better with other types. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Fire.
Because the notables for minion cluster jewels tend to not work so well for flat damage. Usually people will roll like a... What is it? The eye level 84 ones and go for the effect, the 35% effect.
Yeah.
And at that point, I don't actually know that you'd be doing better than just going for like the exact same thing on a fire jewel. I don't know what the values are on clusters off the top of my head. You'd have to tell me.
It's expensive for a minion.
Yeah, I know it's expensive
For a minion.
but
So
like,
it's not ideal.
but is
Fire probably.
the percentage any
What
better?
is- Let me see minion here.
Oh no, the minion ones are expensive because they go for the attack speed node as well. Attack and cast speed node.
Yeah.
I don't even know that it would be cost effective compared to the minion one. I think about that.
So you have a choice between elemental, fire damage. No, it's minions deal 10% increased. So again, the fire damage is better. But
Yeah.
it gives you 12%.
I think you just want fire damage with good fire notables, honestly.
That's right. You want sadism as one of them for sure.
Yeah.
That one, because you have the
Dragon
ability
Fangs
to
Flight! Alright.
fan the flames. Is another one. And if you can get the really hard one to get, basically it gives you exposure to nearby enemies.
I mean, I don't care too much about that one because I have Forces of Exposure.
Yeah, you do. From Awakened Pen.
Yep. I think you have that too, so...
Good. Yeah, good thing too, because the weighting on that is like
Sunderjump.
astronomically low. Okay, so I got this Crandus thing. You've convinced me, and I've got it. So now I'm trying to work it in here. Wiggle it in.
Part of my
Looking at-
grand scheme to take you to the dark side on all of my methods.
Yeah. I was looking at maybe power charge stacking.
Power charge. Oh, like with... No, that wouldn't make sense. You could go for the amulet.
No, not the amulet. I would pick up a notable from... What's it this? From the other Ascendancy that gives increased area of effect for power charge, damage for power charge, and allows you to gain a power charge after spending 200 mana. And it gives you +1 to power charges, so we're always going to have power charges no matter what.
At that point, though, aren't you
Reliable.
looking to turn the build into, like, crit?
That's right. Because of how fast crit is more reliable, the faster you can attack. You can get away with lower crit values the faster you attack, because then your damage output is more reliable. And because you're stacking power charges, it helps you achieve that very easily.
I was gonna say reliability's fine, but you do still have to factor in. Oh well, first of all, spell crit doesn't work on the secondary explosion, so consider that. Power charges obviously work with it, but spell crit won't.
What is the crit applied to? The explosion or the secondary?
They're two different hits.
Okay, so the hit of the body exploding. No. It does flat fire damage in addition to the HP of the body exploding. But yeah, I gotta look this up. Does crit apply to the whole thing?
Yeah, you definitely shorted me a bit. But it. I'm out of room. What kind of out of?
So we're looking at dead. Dead. Has a slower cast time, less damage, and damage effectiveness, and higher mana cost, but a cold corpse and accelerated chain like a weaker version of Val Detonate Dead. Critical strike chance is 6%. So you're saying that the critical strike chance is only applied to the flat fire?
So the critical strike chance, or rather, the secondary explosion is not considered a spell. That's the important thing here. The corpse explosion, the flat damage from the gem is a spell. That thing is not a spell, which means that sources of spell crit will not affect it. That's what I was saying.
No, this is true, but power charges is global crit.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying power charges would work, but you'd have a hard time scaling the rest of it.
You just need global crit chance.
I get it.
Sources of global crit chance. Yeah. Maybe that's why they use freaking Inquisitor then, because of his thing is a global. Yeah, it's a global crit chance. No wonder they use. Man, that note is just so strong. Holy moly!
Yep. I don't know that anyone can do the crit version of this build as well as they can.
No, the Righteous Providence just gives so much flat from scaling the two stats.
That's where making builds in this game is fun, is you
Well,
get
actually,
an appreciation
no,
for
that's-
things like that.
Yeah, actually, it says 1% increase whichever lower per 50 strength.
For 50 strength and
To be
int.
fair, you'll get 200 from this one node. You get 200
Maybe more.
flat global critical. Well, if you scale more power charges, yes, you'll get more.
Well, not just well, I'm talking about the Templar node. Because Templars
Oh, yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
still go for it too. That's the thing.
Yeah, he gets his own power charges. Oh, this would be over and above that. Well, it's 150. He gets 3, and then his other forms of power charge. But you could also do multi curse setup, because there's a ring that gives you multiple curses
Yes.
set to how many power charges. So you could have a 4 curse limit, so you could remove your Whispers of Doom anoint and go somewhere else. And now you would have increased area of effect, increased damage, global damage.
How much is Anathema, by the way?
The ring?
Yeah. That's the ring you're talking about.
How do you spell it so I can look this thing up?
Anathema.
Oh, you know your stuff, boy.
I'm doing that
Okay,
while
yeah.
fighting the map.
No kidding, man. Characters attack this one.
I gotta be
It's,
honest, the moment I
Chaos
bragged about
Growth.
that, I was like, I'm gonna die now. This is how I'm gonna die. 100%.
80, between 80 and 100 chaos. If you
That's
get a
it?
nice
Wow, I
cast,
thought it'd be a
then
lot more
cast-
than that.
Plus, you get 13 chance to get a power charge when you cast a curse spell. That's annoying.
Well, yeah, but then you have to be casting the curse spell. I feel like that part doesn't really count.
Yeah, but you're going to be gaining a power charge that you spend on your spend. So you're spending between 2 things. It's reduce.
But you're up to 2 gems, or 2 jewels, right, for the forbidden,
plus the ring.
plus a ring.
What?
You got to
And
make
now
room for
you
all this
can
now,
curse-
because you're losing stats
Now,
on other
now
pieces
you
of
can
equipment.
curse. Now you can curse 4. You can use 4 different curses now. You know of 2 that are really good. I should probably look up other curses if other curses are even worth it.
Enfeeble. Enfeeble's always worth it.
And 10th chains. You can have enfeeble and 10th. So it could be a defense, both defensive and offensive.
But you have to fit it. That's the thing. Alongside everything else.
It's 2 jewels in 1 ring. I have a mage blood, so my
Well, yeah, you have a mage blood, but
My-
I'm saying this is
my
not the easiest thing
resistances
to
will be
do.
okay. No, that's fine. I'm thinking along the lines of dealing with those things. That jewel is probably not that expensive. Not too many people would go for that power charge stuff.
I don't know about that. Maybe. It would definitely be one of the cheaper ones you can get for Witch, but it feels like there are really no properly cheap ones for Witch also.
It's not from Witch, it's from the other one.
The spend mana? No, I'm saying, well, they're all Witch. Which is the root class.
It's 2 divines.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Like I said, it's not a very so this is the flame, and now I want the flesh. How much is the flesh one? Eight divines. So in total, you're going to be looking at 12 divines total to get that node to give you power charge, area of effect, increased area of effect. So if you have area of effect nodes, you can drop them because your power charges are going to give you 24% by themselves.
I don't know if I'd actually be able to drop
What?
them. You might be able to drop some of them.
How many do you have right now?
Um,
Increased area of effect.
I have the fire nodes. Then I also have a couple in the Templar area. I don't think I'd drop both of them. I'd probably drop one of them for that.
The Templar gives you how much in total?
20%?
you'll get 24%.
Yeah,
with
so you
that
can drop one.
node.
But I mean, the Templar one's 2 points.
Yeah, so you drop 2 points, which could be invested into a new jewel slot.
Coffins.
Plus, so not only are you getting an offensive, you're also getting defensive curses. You're getting damage. You're getting area of effect. You're getting crit chance. So now you can scale crit multi, which scales the damage even better because it's a multiplier. It's a more multiplier versus increased damage. You now have another multiplier to your corpse explosion. I'm starting to like
Well,
this.
kind of.
I like it. I think it's
You are trying to exchange your 40% multiplier from Elemental Overload for something stronger.
your crit multi is a three multiplier already, whereas the Elemental Overload is a 1.4 multiplier. Your crit, if it crits, is a 3. If
How
it
often are we
crits, is a
critting?
3 multiplier. Well, with power charges, you can scale that to a quarter of the time. And a quarter of the time is still worth it because now your effective damage went from 1.4 to 100% more, actually. That's
Quarter of the
100%
time doing
more
3 times as much damage.
You will do 100% more damage if you are critting 25% of the time, which you could quite easily get with just the power charges without any other crit investment. So
My
even
math
if
is off,
you're
but that's
critting,
not adding up in my head.
okay, so your crit multiplier is 3x, right?
Is it baseline
So-
3x? I thought it
Yeah.
was like 1.5x.
Wait, what's crit multi?
Like for
It's
starters, I don't
100%.
think that's
Sorry, 100%. 100 is 100% multiplied.
Yeah, so you have to crit 40% of the time without additional crit multi before it matches Elemental Overload. That's the thing, Elemental Overload is a stupid stat. Usually it falls off a bit because having it up 100% of the time isn't that easy, but it is for this build because we hit constantly.
Yeah. This is good. And most people go.
If you want that to work,
Overload.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you want that to work, you have to add in a Bottle Fade. I've done the numbers on this before, it always came back to Bottle Fade.
Brittle. I know exactly. Brittle.
How are you getting
You can
brittle?
get
You can't use the Jewel,
you can get
because then that'll
get
remove your
brittle on
ability
the
to
boot.
ignite.
you can get brittle on boots. You can craft brittle on boots.
That's so unreliable, though.
Exactly.
They ruined the AoE way back when.
Brittle. Let me look up brittle. Ways of inflicting brittle. I wonder if there's a reliable way to brittle something. Because if there's a good, reliable way, then brittle automatically tacks on 15% crit. You're already
Well,
there.
the maximum value is 15% crit. The instant sources generally aren't that generous.
Oh, Sublime Vision. You can do Sublime Vision, but that means one aura, so no.
Yeah, and it has to be haste.
Brittle ground while moving.
Yeah, it's Tiago.
The secrets of suffering.
We're having a friendly conversation. And by friendly conversation, I mean this is a fight. I'm fighting for my life over here.
No. I was just trying to explore it.
I know. This man has ideas for days.
I just like.
I mean that as a
note.
compliment. I
like
mean
the-
it seriously.
I like the fact that you gain a power charge by spending. We already spend an
Yeah,
obscene
no.
amount, which means we're getting these things for free.
Well, for 2 jewel charges, but yes.
Uh,
If I could
Yeah,
somehow
this
get
is
an
no way.
Alar Dex effect, I'd be all over it, because that'd be amazing. But then you'd be giving up an amulet, and that's just not... That's never going to be it. Because Alar Dex...
What amulet were you talking?
Alar Dex gives you more damage taken as mana for power charge, which I thought would be kind of interesting. But, I mean, that's the amulet slot. You've already given much better
yes,
ideas for amulet slot.
No, it's no, I've given you the ultimate.
Isn't there a brittle
No.
shield? Oh, there is a brittle shield, right?
That's right. So you crit, you cap your block. So 75% of the time you're gonna brittle everything.
It would work for single target, more or less.
It works single target. It works for large targets because when you crit,
Why are these guys in
you're
this
gonna
fight?
explode. You're gonna explode the corpse according to the crit, and you do AOE. So if you just crit one guy within the vicinity, all the guys get it. You understand? Because it's an AOE. It's not like a projectile. So you just need to crit the one guy within the
big is the AoE?
vicinity, and for your whatever you're scaling, right? Your skill is an AOE skill. So you only need to block one of the guys within that vicinity of that skill going on, and it crits him. So the corpse explode off of him, results on the rest. If the others aren't dead
Just
first.
a fact. Thank you for the Divine Orb ritual.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted.
It's all good. It's all good. I just sold my corrupted for 15.
Damn.
I'm telling you, man, corrupted is easy money. You just
It
sit.
is. But
You just
like,
sit there and
your ship
play.
has to come in though, is the thing. Because like, if you do a lot and you
That's
never
true.
hit it, it can get awkward. That actually isn't
It
that what
is.
like destroyed Belton's credibility? He tried to do that while doing econ for a pushing team and just it didn't
No,
didn't hit.
Because the issue is the stuff he engages in is like it works in the end if you have infinite pockets.
No,
it works.
Sorry,
The game is built to work out that way. The game is basically built to work out that the longer you play, you will win, inevitably.
yes. Sorry, Veg, I agree with him that crit has a higher ceiling. The issue is getting there is rather prohibitive, and I think that it's kind of
Well, you're not giving
unrealistic
up
without
your
at least a
shield
bottle
either.
of faith.
Well, you're not giving up your shield. You're actually getting a shield that actually makes it possible to brittle
I
quite
know.
easily because you're maxed out at blocking as well.
I'm not disagreeing, but I am saying that without bottled faith, it's gonna feel like booty.
I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Oh, there's also a notable here. 100% critical strike chance against shocked enemies.
Yep. No, you've got stuff you can go to, but you have to make it all fit without like giving up the farm. And I've looked into that before. It was maddening.
So 10 divines get you that node, a ring slot.
Belton is king. Yep. Just
Well,
don't put your
I
race
mean-
economy in his hands. Actually, he'd probably do fine now. He just made a mistake that one time, and it was not good. Not good optically. He definitely knows how to make a lot of money in the game.
His knowledge on trading and selling is just obscene.
Maybe.
But that's what the game is to him. Is building like the best items.
How many leagues have I built this archetype? I think I've done it at least once every league for... No, there must have been a couple leagues where I took a break, but it's been years of my life at this point. You can go all the way back to the very first video I made about this build, and I had been playing it for 2 or 3 leagues before that. That was back when I had first started the channel, and I made a build guide about Dominating Blow. And it was the most successful video I ever had, so I was like, I should make a video about this. And Dominating Blow has since been, or not Dominating Blow itself, but the Ascendancy I played it on has since been completely altered. Well, that build doesn't really exist in its current form anymore, but this stuck around and it's been getting stronger, which is nice. Altide 94 on here. I actually can't remember his name on YouTube. Now I feel like an asshole. Did probably he was the Tiago of the first time I ever released a video about this.
So I'm just looking at Mastermind of Discord, the exposure node that you have there.
That I would like to have.
Regenerate
Yeah. 1% of mana. Yeah, that's why I like that one.
But it doesn't have a cap. It doesn't have a cap. It doesn't say up to. It says regenerate 1% if you've inflicted exposure recently.
Yeah, but that's a static effect. It's binary. It's either you've inflicted exposure recently or you haven't. It's not every time you inflict exposure.
Oh. Normally, when they state when you've done something recently, they give it a cap, like up to blah.
No, that's
like
it is what it is. Say the least.
Like, for example, Corpse Pack, 2% increased attack and cast speed for each corpse consumed recently, up to a maximum.
Yeah. But this isn't a stacking effect. You've either inflicted it recently or you haven't, you know?
Exposures you inflict won't regenerate mana per second if you've... Yeah, you're right. It's just asking if you've done this thing, you get this. Okay.
Have I ever... No, I have not seriously invested into a crit version. I've... Like, the issue is I get to the number stage, and it is, it's a lot. There's just so much you have to solve.
For crit? I mean, it's doable, dude.
It is.
It's doable because
and if you do it, if you do it, I'd love to hear about it, but I don't want to do it. Because not only is it going to be hard, but it's going to be expensive.
If anyone's going to do it, it's me.
Probably.
I'm that crazy. It's just because I'm crazy.
I don't even think it's a crazy thing. But it is quite... This meat sack has so much health. Oh my god.
Well, you're just in a very good place for the power charges. That it's very doable.
Actually, the other question is, since you're using Forbidden Flesh and Forbidden Flame to get it, would it be better than what is it, Shaper of Desolation? Which more or less gives you like way more AoE and 30% more elemental damage. Is it better than that?
Every 4 damage lasting 4 seconds. So you have a 4-second window of this bigger damage thing, and then it's AoE when you don't have it, which is alternating.
And you get to have an elemental overload with it.
See, I would really like to know if somebody tested the overlap of detonate chain reaction.
Oh yeah, if it continues with the crit, well that would be snapshotting. I don't think snapshotting exists anymore.
No, it definitely does, because it's like detonate dead, like the Val detonate dead. If when you activate it and it rolls a crit, on time and executes a queue. It has a queue of each one. Yeah. So if the hit rolls crit, the rest of them are crit. Oh. That makes it actually very good to crit. Because that means you get 6... How much does it queue up again? 8? You get 8 queues of crits?
Assuming the queue doesn't get interrupted by running out of corpses, which it can in this build, because there are so many queues going at the same time, and sometimes the corpse placement doesn't match. That's why the Desecrate branch thing is so important. Smooths that out.
It might actually make your single target even more significant. Well, I'm very
AoE damage
curious.
for power charge and gives power charge. That's actually what he's talking about, Veg. That's where he started. Was with that Forbidden Flesh Flame.
And then right next to your Wheel of Fire is the power charge, which gives mana regen, critical strike chance per power charge, 8% more,
Yeah, you'd have to get
and
that. But
crit
that's,
multi.
that's more investment that is already somewhere else that you're cutting away. So you have to measure the value of what you're losing as well.
8% increased. So in total, you could get 12%. What is this? 8 plus 6 is 14, plus 3 is 17% per power charge. 17 times 4 minimum is what you end up with. You get 68% increased damage. You get 24% AoE. You get 20% crit multi.
Correct, Veg. that's always the issue. Opportunity cost in the game.
Well, you're not traveling anywhere
I know,
to acquire those 4 nodes for power charges.
but you are giving up nodes that exist elsewhere for it.
Where could you place 4 nodes that gives you 11%, 44%? No. What is 8? It's 11 times 4 is 44.
Also, what's the ideal
What?
weapon now? Is it a dagger? Because it's not oscillating scepter.
No, it is a dagger. Global crit, which have
Yep.
global crit.
I don't. I'm sorry, Legion. I just don't care.
I'm pretty sure there is a Searing Exarch or Eater World mod for Brittle. Plus, you can get power charge.
Yeah, it's
Damage
the
to
boots
power
mod.
charge.
You already talked about that. But they kind of ruined that. That's not as good as it used to be. I know that because I used to use it on Dominating Blow, and one league, no one was recommending it anymore. I'm gonna have to start selling off my junk.
Where can we find Brittle? There must be someplace I can find it. Because Brittle would just make everything easy.
Yes, yes, it would. If you could get Brittle and a Bottled Faith, you would have so much crit for very low investment. Which is what you're fighting. That's the thing about Elemental Overload, is it's low investment. So you're opening up the ability to invest elsewhere, but what is your investment space?
Well, so far right now it's just 2 jewels, a ring slot, and the 4 nodes that are literally right next to a travel node you already took.
Yep. But you are
And
also
you're-
giving up 4 other nodes. You might be coming out of cluster jewels because you have a lot of travel nodes on your version of the tree. That like
No,
requires
I
that.
wouldn't need minion damage because it's generic damage. Crit multiplies generic damage. So I don't need to invest heavily into
You're like-
physical damage.
You're talking about the most
Like a
expensive
crit.
dagger on the planet all of a sudden, I feel like.
No, it already has an implicit for and all your, and you can even do minion damage on a dagger if you wanted to.
Yeah, but it would be much easier to craft it with minion damage too, because you have an essence that mega guarantees things, and you could get all of your gem mods fractured on there too if you wanted. Thanks to
Or you
Gravecraft.
could do increased fire damage. That's all you need. You don't need spell damage. You need fire damage or minion damage.
Got to be fire, minion, area,
Oh.
or elemental, or raw. Only things that work, and the minion one only works if you have the node.
Yeah. That's right, area damage.
You wouldn't be able to ignite
fire.
anymore, Veg. Secrets of Suffering
Yeah, no.
blocks out the other ailment types.
Yeah. Well, the shield, you have the shield.
It would also block
The
out.
brutal shield.
Would it block out your shock and chill? I can't actually remember that one.
Yes. Yes.
I think it does.
It's you inflicting it still.
Yeah, that's right. That's part of why that Ascendancy is so good. It's because technically I almost feel like it shouldn't be. But then Secrets of Suffering would open up, so they probably want to keep it that way.
It says enemies near corpses you spawn. So
That's true.
it's
Yeah, they are
you,
corpses. It is,
you
it is
doing
you.
it. So then you can't get away from. I see how he might think maybe it's the corpse doing it and not the.
No,
player,
that
but
wasn't
the
something he
corpse.
said. He was just wondering about
Oh,
Secrets
okay.
of Suffering in general.
Oh yeah.
It would remove
No,
our other
Secret-
ailments, and we get a lot from that, so it's not the best solution for this
No,
build.
yeah, we can't do that, and that would eliminate Sadist as well, which is a very strong node.
Well, not just
Yeah.
Ignite, but Chill and Shock, which we get for free.
Yes, that's right, and both of which are very good,
But yeah, Ignite is important.
and you do need Ignite
Because, I mean, well, for
because it
starters,
opens up.
there's
It gives
this
you
node,
that.
that's 100% damage, and then Combustion is actually the best
I'm
support.
curious. Do you use the Elemental Mastery for inverting enemy monster resistance?
I do not. I'm not running that. Even though it
Very
should be insanely good 25% of the
It
time.
is. It is. It's basically, if it was plus 50, it's minus 50 for that hit.
Yep.
And because it's a one-time check, right? It queues up for 8 more. So you have 4 or 5 more. It works in the same way as crit. The check is done one time on the queue. So it's very, very good. That is extremely good. Imagine being able to get
That
the
doesn't- okay.
ascendancy of
You keep talking about how it's queued up in a queue, but like we're spawning a billion queues a second, so it's not any different than a normal crit would be.
basically the equivalent of inevitable judgment from the.
No, it gave me a 2-socket again.
Let's talk at what?
I'm so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Damn it. What are these worth right now? Oh, these are
Well-
still worth a div. Really? Or is it?
Well, there you go. There you go.
No, it's not. Hold on, it's not showing the mod. Why
Oh.
isn't it? Check for 2 sockets, please. Oh, it won't do that. Yeah, no, the 2-socket version is not worth anything.
Oh.
Well, Tiago's in here and he runs the Sadism Cluster Jewel Notable, and apparently the Chill and Shock from there works. As
It
you
does.
doing it. So,
Yeah. If
I'm
you
pretty sure
shot
that's something I
the
know
field
too as well.
recently-
Like, it's like that specifically because of Secrets of Suffering. Which is annoying, because obviously if we could use it, that'd be awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I would much rather have
Are you
Scorch
kidding me?
if I could have my Chill and Shock at the same time.
Dude, people would abuse that
Yeah,
right
that
away.
would be
Brittle
on
is
every
so
build.
strong. Brittle, Scorch, Brittle, and the other one. The other one weakens the monster. It deals 10% less damage, or 16% less damage, or something. It's effectively like Enfeeble.
You're talking about Sap.
I don't know, man. Sap, that's it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Sap is really good also.
And
If you
you're-
get it going.
Oh yeah. So, well, okay. So this setup gives you 4 curses. You could have 2 offensive, 2 defensive curses now. you have crit. You have crit multi, AoE, damage. And all I have to do is socket in 2 jewels slots, which I have, which are not detrimental to give up, and 4 nodes, which I'm giving up elemental overload, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 already. So I'm giving up absolutely nothing. I'm going from not being able to crit damage to actually crit damage.
That's what you were talking about for the brittle shield, right? Replica Malachi's loop? Or is that a different one that just brought up? I can't remember.
No, there's no, is there? Replica?
Replica Malachi's loop? Yeah, that does do something with those ailments, I know that.
Oh, Artifice, it's a ring. Depending on what you socket in the ring, yeah, so what you socket into it, a blue one will allow you to brittle, to inflict brittle.
Is it with that gem?
With that, no, not the gem. It's the
Just
ring
the
that, yeah, it's a white socket. Okay. You socket the color to get brittle, scorch, or sap.
But so both your rings are gone now.
Yeah.
I mean, if it works, it works. But yeah, we got to start thinking real hard now.
The ring slots. Socketed gems have secrets of suffering. It's the gem itself. Oh, and the gem you socket gives you like 100. So it's not a total loss.
No, but it's socketed gems, which still means that it has to be the gem that's supplying the brittle. So you got to have that one gem doing enough to apply a sizable brittle. That is kind of tough.
No, so you're self-casting at this point.
Yeah, you're also self-casting.
No, that won't work. Convenient. It's not. It's too inconvenient. Plus, you're giving up a very strong jewelry slot. The shield, to be honest, sounds very nice. The brittle shield, because just like how block is reliable,
well,
you're gonna have
getting blocks off can be unreliable. Like against Maven, I feel like you don't get many opportunities to block against her. So it would vary from boss to boss.
This is true. Brittle. It's just moving. Honestly, the brittle ground could work.
But the AoE is so small, unless you're talking about something other than the boots.
Yeah, well, you have to realize you're also expanding your own AoE for Detonate Dead with the
I'm saying even then though, like the actual AoE is just laughably bad. Also, I don't think it counts as your brittle, or like I don't think it counts as you.
Yeah, it's your step. It's like a trigger.
Yeah, so it doesn't count as you though. I guess the ground would. I don't know. I'd have to look.
It's area of effect is a global.
It should count.
It's a global modifier.
Yeah.
It's a global modifier. Man, they really made it impossible to inflict brittle. So what would happen if we get away from chill and shock, and instead we have brittle, sap, and scorch?
I mean, we don't really have a way to inflict most of those. Scorch would be fine, right? How are you inflicting brittle anyway? At that point, is the question, I guess, because you still have to do something to inflict brittle.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know, like.
No, brittle is...
There's a very nice flask that solves all of your problems.
That's right. And it increases.
It makes them take increased
it's
damage.
great.
It's a great item. Like, if you want to do crit, just get it. If you're going that far into crit for damage, you're probably killing them in a damage
Seriously,
window.
it should be used. Seriously, it should be used right now, anyways.
I wouldn't
Because
say that.
that's a huge. It's a huge damage multiplier.
No, it's not. It stacks additively with shock. That's not that big. Oh,
Additively,
yeah, additively. It's increased the damage taken, not more damage taken. What are those?
and it's triple the value.
So shock is 15%, and then the flask is what? It's like 10? Remember, it's not as good as it used to be. Corpse Walker? I've actually never found these before. Is anything? No, they're not. That's sad. I love those boots.
What?
Corpse Walker.
What happened?
I found a Corpse Walker.
Yeah.
It made a big noise, but it's 12C. Beginning of the league, it's probably worth a lot. Level 99! In an abyss, too. How appropriate. In my home.
What? Extra HP too.
It's almost 7 o'clock. I played way longer than I planned to. Probably finish this out, do my respec, and then get going.
And I will keep cracking along.
Attempting the impossible. Going crit without Bottled Faith. Or maybe you're just gonna do Bottled Faith, because it's the best way
Well, maybe
to
I
squeeze
won't.
crit into a build low investment. It just is.
I just haven't looked into critical strength. Critical.
I mean, if you want my actual input on the matter, you should look into what changing out your supports would do, because you could like increase the base crit with the support there. But I don't know if that would be good enough. Like, you'd really have to invest in a crit.
You can add crit. Yeah, you could add crit to it. Critical strength chance.
What about
adds
Assassin's
flat crit
Mark?
to it? Well, yeah, because now you have 4 curses,
Yeah.
right? 4 curse limit.
You
so
get
now
1 mark.
Assassins, you can get 1 mark, which is huge damage too on single target. That's huge damage for single target too. Ooh,
Where
and
are you
can
finding all the
scale
gem
it.
sockets, though? For all these curses, right? I just realized that. Oh no.
Mark on hits. Well, you can still channel something, so you can use mark on hit as your channel.
Wait, as your what?
Your automatic curse thing. You do a mark on hit setup, or you can just put mark in instead of. Well, mark it only affects. You could do another Arcanist brand for all 3 curses.
I'm just saying, like, our gem sockets are so full up already. Where is... Buy this already, or buy it right now?
I have one socket available. I could have 2 if I remove faster attacks from but I'm not using your trigger setup. Oh, you could get a ring with a jewel socket for like your travel skills.
A better one.
So your flame dash can go in your jewel socket. for your ring. And then you can have your curses.
Sorry, I'm doing my transition right now.
Yeah, yeah. You work. You work it.
How much life I have now after the switch? Oh my god. Like over 4,000 armor.
You have 5,300 life. Wow. That's nice.
Where? my dude left the party.
He was trying to give you something?
No, I was trying to buy something from him and he left the party. I was like, hello?
What do you need?
Trying to buy a 2120
I
inspiration.
probably got it.
Because I think I need a full one.
The level 20? Non-corrupted?
Obviously. Oh shit.
I got one.
A 2120 inspiration is 4 divs?
Yeah, man.
I don't need a 20. My response to that.
I corrupted my own. Do you need one? I got a level 19.
Sure. No, this guy's got a 2020.
Okay, good. Brittle.
At 100 exactly. I am the king. That's a bit dramatic, but no, I'm happy.
That's sweet.
Oh, and more life, isn't it? I have 5,400 life. My everything just went way up.
And went there. yeah. There you go. See, you're
Except for
going
my
into
damage.
those areas.
My damage went down a bit, I won't lie. Fine with that though. I'll run this real quick, just beat on it. Something please. I mean,
You really like your AoE, eh?
what?
You got your AoE,
Oh, this?
you know, yeah,
I mean, it's
10%
10% damage, 10% AoE per node. Nothing point inefficient about that. Also, having your overlap be consistent is important.
Yeah. That's why I use, what's
Standing in it. Oh! Okay. I should still probably
volley.
do the thing for it. I would have survived it.
You
Or I did
die?
survive it, rather. No, I'm fine. I chanced the writhing maths, like standing in the whole thing, because when it retracts...
Holy. Oh, you're putting the character to the test already.
Yep. I mean, I just leveled up. This is the time to do it.
Oh, this is good. Oh, your damage is good.
Yeah, I didn't lose a lot.
Ramping. Ram.
A jewel! It finally happened! I'm so happy.
Oh,
Oh.
jeez. Your
Like
screen
clockwork.
is all,
It freaking out?
no, it's slow. What'd you get? Like clockwork.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Surprisingly,
good.
no, it's not. It's just a div. I thought that would have been a lot more. Yeah,
The cooldown is good. Okay.
it's a great node, but
I don't know anything.
I guess no
I
one,
don't know
no one wants it.
anything. I guess I don't know anything.
Yeah, I feel the same way half the time. rolling this.
Right.
Alright, that is where I'm wrapping it up, though.
Pretty-
I will say thank you to everyone for stopping by. Thanks for joining me here in chat.
No problem.
Tiago. Tiago,
Good
for those of
daddy.
you who don't know, but I don't have wording for this. The reason we use this amulet mod right now and kind of cut the Nexus gloves was his contribution to the build, and it's a pretty sizable one. So if you've got a thank you in your heart, give it to him, because we owe him a lot. And you know what? I'm gonna vow my awakened fire pen. Just see what happens.
Nice.
Nothing.